What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a tip for kids in the car line, plus more takeaways from Texas's beatdown over Oklahoma. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference, putting a bow on the Red River Shootout and looking ahead to this weekend's matchup on the road at Kentucky. We will recap Monday Night Football. How about a doubleheader in the NFL and a historic performance from Bijan Robinson? A little Major League Baseball to dive into, a couple of games in the MLB postseason. We've got more odds for who's going to be the next coach to get fired in college football. And it's been a while since we've had a Florida man story, but Florida man is back in the news today. So we'll dive into that. Plenty of sports and plenty of fun to be had from now until 9 o'clock. We appreciate y'all spending your Tuesday mornings with us. How are you, my man?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Ready to rock and roll. Ready for next week when the temperatures will start to come down a little bit. But other than that, it's not bad. It's still okay.
We putting in the call for next week?
Next week, yeah.
Like early next week, late next week?
Beginning next week. Early, yes.
All right, I think
it's going to happen. I think we're going to find ourselves at least in the 80s.
Since you love the weather and talking about the weather, and you are the rainmaker on TSU.
Yes. Well, I need to get some rain going.
Well, here's an interesting graphic that I found from Avery Tomasco, weatherman at CBS Austin. It has rained more in Phoenix in the last week than it has rained in the last 2 fall seasons combined here in Austin.
Wow.
Say that again. It has rained more in the last week in Phoenix, Arizona, the desert, than it has rained here in Austin in fall 2024 and fall 2025.
That can't be good for Phoenix. That's too much water. That's too much water for the desert.
It can't be good for us because now we're the desert. If the desert's getting more water than us, then doesn't that mean that we're the new desert?
I think the rain that we had in July I'll just say this, keeping us afloat for right now. But that's starting to dissipate. But that rain, that quick of rain that they got is just, you're talking about sliding off of nothing. It doesn't get a chance to penetrate. It just kind of just takes everything down. Lots of floods out in that area.
Penetrate, huh?
You got to have some penetration.
Gotta have some penetration. Is that your tip for kids in the car line?
No, that is not my tip for kids. My tip for kids in the car line is this: bad news never gets better with age. Delaying a painful truth, never makes it any easier. Never makes the situation easier. The quicker you tell someone, mom or dad, the quicker you can resolve the problem. As I threw mom and dad in there, the quicker, you tell someone or inform someone, that would be mom or dad, the quicker the problem can be resolved. But it doesn't get better. It doesn't get better with time,
It feels depressing.
Huh?
That feels pretty depressing. It doesn't feel like a tip. It's just like if something bad happens, it's not going to get better with time.
No, kids get into trouble and they think, that'll go away. Well, people think, that'll go away. With time, somebody will forget about it. No, get it over with. Tell somebody and get it over with. Get it off your chest. That's how you make it easier. It ain't going away with time. What's your tip? Hold out kids as long as you can.
This is the first tip for kids that you've ever given that I've disagreed with.
What?
No, kids, you're going to get away with it. Don't tell mom and dad. This is a classic adult thing. See, Bucky's had kids. He's got grandkids. So, of course, he's going to try to get you to fess up to something you did wrong. Me, as one of you, I'm still a kid at heart. I don't have any kids, so I'm on your side. You don't fess up to what you did. The parents want you to admit that you did something wrong. They'll lie to you and say, as long as you just tell us what you did, you're not going to get in trouble. And then
They'll tell you that, hey, this is going to hurt you.
You are in trouble. You actually are in trouble. I lied. Don't fall for the trap, kids. Hold off. Don't rat yourself out. Don't listen to the buck.
It never gets easier, kid. The longer you wait, hey, this will hurt me more than it hurts you. I've heard that before in my lifetime. This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. And it never worked out that way. It always hurt me more.
Yeah, because you're the one getting belted or spanked. Of course, it hurts you more than it hurts the parents. Come on. Oh, man.
No, kids, get that off. You get it off. Get it out. It's not going to get better. So if you've got something you've been hanging on to that you should have fessed up to, you better do it because it ain't going to just disappear. It's only going to get worse.
Only going to get worse. All right. Turn yourself.
I can't believe that you made me say it's only going to get worse. It's not.
You said that worse. Before I started. I didn't say that.
But it's not going to get better. I'll tell you that. Because if I find out and you didn't tell me and you knew, I'm not going to be good on you, kid.
What if you don't find out?
They'll find out. Parents always find out. Could be a month, could be 2 months, it could be the following year. Hey, by the way, kids, parents don't ever forget. They're not dumb kids. They don't forget either.
They don't forget.
Yeah.
They don't always find out either, kids.
Oh.
Remember that. That's funny.
You're kids,
all right.
You're dumb. You're going to tell somebody. You're going to give yourself away. So eventually you're going to fess up to somebody. Oh. They're going to squeal on you. Your sister or brother are going to squeal on you anyway. Might as well get it over with, kids.
Tip for kids. You guys are dumb. You're going to screw up.
Yeah. They're not like the Texas Longhorn team of last week who weren't dumb.
No, they were not dumb on Saturday. And I hope they're not dumb this Saturday or any Saturday going forward.
I'm not going to say that's going to be the truth.
No, they'll have a game with more 4 penalties. They'll probably have multiple games with more than 4 penalties.
Yes.
Forward, but they did the job they needed to do.
Yes, they did. They did a fantastic job. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do. We do appreciate what you do for all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at Relax the Back who bring you Bucky's Tip for Kids every Tuesday morning.
Yes, indeed. And thank you for letting me be back in this Relax the Back chair. I need it. Double workout yesterday, double stretching, and going to rehab. Wow. The guy told me it's going to hurt. He was right. So we got to straighten out that core to help your back. I'm like, core? What core? He said, that belly. I said, I don't have a belly. I said, I got like a 4-pack right there. He goes, yeah, but it's got to be strong. So I'm doing squats yesterday and all kinds of stuff on a time, not numbers, but time. I don't like time exercises where you do it for, not looking for numbers. You're looking for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of squats. That's not good for a guy with a knee replacement. I mean, the actual top of my knee hurts. It's never hurt like that before. I've never done squats for time. I've done squats for numbers. And I'm not doing squats for numbers again, by the way.
How many squats do you think you did in those 5 minutes?
I'm going to say per minute, I did close to 20.
Okay. All right. So that's good for you. You're working out muscles that you don't usually work out. It's going to make you stronger. You're trying to be the big man. That's going to get you bigger.
We'll see. I weighed in at 156. I didn't have enough good food when I was in Dallas this week. I didn't eat enough. I didn't get enough calories.
Yeah. You were only at the place where there were more calories to consume than anywhere in the world. And
I went to the track and had chicken noodle soup.
Why?
I don't know. I always get soup when I go to the track. That goes way, way back from going to the track when I was in Massachusetts. I get any other place I'd go. I always get I'd get chowder. There's New York style chowder, and then there's New England clam chowder. I always got soup at tracks.
It was probably colder up there. It made more sense to get soup than it did this past weekend in Dallas. It was 90 degrees.
They make it cold. They make it cold in that place.
All right. Cold soup or cold AC?
Cold AC. It was freezing in there.
Unlike Oklahoma, they have working air conditioning there.
Yeah, yes, they do. They stole the air. Yeah, they finally do. They suck.
They suck.
They
They
suck,
still
man. They
suck.
really do.
Oh my God, they can't score a touchdown against Texas. It's 2 years in a row and
They're
3 of
just,
the
it's
last
just
4.
terrible. They look terrible.
Well, let me ask you this, Buck. Have you changed your tune on the 2025 Texas Longhorns? Because I'm not just putting you in this category. Like a lot of Longhorn fans, I think, jumped ship after the loss to Florida. And Texas's 3-2 start. Of course, there was so much hype coming into this year. Preseason #1 team in the country, the only team in America to make it to back-to-back college football playoff semifinals, the start of the Arch Manning era. Felt like there was more hype and optimism surrounding this team than there had been in a long time. And then Ohio State happens. And then a few weeks later, Florida happens. And all of a sudden, you're 3-2. You're no longer in the top 25. And it felt like a lot of people started looking ahead to 2026. So I'll ask you, and we can open this up to our audience as well. Did you see enough from Texas against Oklahoma to buy back in and believe that the Longhorns are legitimate playoff contenders this season?
No, I still don't. I think there's one more, unless they can get in with 3 losses, because I think there's, once again, I'm sticking what I stuck with before the season started. They would lose one more game than they did last year. So I think there's still another loss.
Well,
in the regular season.
Look, they only lost 1 game in the regular season last year. They've already lost.
Okay, as a total, I think there's 3 losses coming.
Okay.
But I don't think that, and I think that one loss, this extra loss here will still come in this regular season somewhere.
So here's the thing, and we played this bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian yesterday. You know, Texas was 7-1 in the SEC last year. That obviously was enough to get them to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia was 6-2 in the SEC last year, and that obviously was enough to get them into Atlanta. Now, there were 2 6-2 teams in conference play last year.
Right.
It was Georgia and Tennessee. Georgia beat Tennessee head-to-head, so they had the tiebreaker. That's why they got into the conference championship game. So Texas can lose another game and still make it to the ATL. Now, you might need the rest of the conference to cannibalize itself a little bit.
Which they can do.
Which they could do, yeah. And this SEC race, it's already crazy. We still have, 6 games left of conference play and a whole half a season of football to be played. So Texas can afford one more loss and could potentially still be in that conference championship game. Now, you lose 2 more games, then you're out of everything, right? That's 3 conference losses. That's 4 overall losses. You're not playing for any championships this year. But there's a scenario that exists, and that's why Sark keeps harping on, hey, we're a 1-loss team in the SEC. He's not even talking about the Ohio State game. He's like, we are a 1-loss team in the SEC. We got in at 7-1 last year. That is still very much on the table for us. So that is the mindset that they are keeping in that room. Do you think, and I'll give you Texas's remaining SEC schedule, Buck. They've got at Kentucky this week, at Mississippi State next week. By the way, the conference announced that will be an afternoon game, not a night game next Saturday in Starkville. I know a lot of people, a lot of Longhorn fans, I should say, are excited about that news. Then you've got Vanderbilt. Those are your next 3 games. Buck, I think Texas will be favored in all 3 of those, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, they were favored against Florida. They didn't win, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But they should be favored in all 3 of those. If they win those 3, they will be 7-2 on the year. More importantly, 4-1 in the SEC. Then you've got your second bye week, and then the gauntlet to close out the year at Georgia, home Arkansas, home Texas A&M. So can Texas,
there'll be another. I think there's a loss in here somewhere.
Okay, one more loss. Again, one more loss gets you to 6-2. That still gives you a shot. The question is, can it be just 1 loss, or do you think there's 2?
I think 1 at the most. I don't see 2. I'm just going to stick with what I thought of them losing 1 more game. In the entire season than last year with the new quarterback. 3 losses is what I thought.
You keep okay.
3 total.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, last week we were talking on this show, and a lot of Texas fans were talking about 8-4 or even 7-5 being a possibility. So you're out on any of that type of conversation.
It shouldn't be after what we saw last week. Everything, they're healthy enough. They look like they're together enough to that should be out of the question. 3 losses, maybe. 4 losses is a bad year.
4 losses is a bad year.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of folks would argue 3 regular season losses is a bad year, but 4, that 8-4 season would be a massive disappointment considering you started the year as the top ranked team in college football. So that would be a big step back. And also considering what you've done the last couple of seasons, that would be a problem. But yeah, I mean, 6-2 gives you a shot. It still gives you a shot to make it to the SEC title game. And that still gives you a shot to get to the college football playoff. And, I wonder, like last year, we didn't see any 3-loss teams get an at-large bid to the SEC. I wonder if Texas makes it to the conference championship, even if they have 3 total losses, right? 1 to Ohio State and 2 in the SEC. Obviously, if they win the SEC, they're going to make it to the playoff. No questions asked. But I wonder, last year we didn't see teams get punished for playing a conference championship game, right? SMU played in the ACC title game. They lost to Clemson. They still made it to the playoff. Even though
there's a lot of pitfalls still here to go. You know that. Going to Georgia, going to Georgia, you're going to pick Georgia anyway because you're like a Bulldog fan, like I'm an Aggie fan. You're a Bulldog fan. You don't see right now. I don't know if you see Texas even winning that game. That's a tough win. That's a tough win at Georgia with the rest of the schedule. The rest of the schedule to me is winnable. That's a tough game. And just like I worried about Florida, I worry about Mississippi State and the goofy cowbell folks. This week will be important. Going on the road to Kentucky, they don't have much to offer in the running game like they did last year a little bit. I don't think they have the great players, but I think we have to see what this team looks like coming off a nice win like this. Do they resort back or do they just get better? This seems like a team that they should even get better than they played last week against.
Well,
Oklahoma. I think they should get better.
I mean, Kentucky's the worst team in the SEC.
Yeah.
They are 0-3 in conference play. They're 2-3 overall. They've beaten a couple of nobodies. And, I mean, they're just not very good right now. So,
and we shouldn't make them – and Texas shouldn't make them look very good this week.
No, that would be a problem. Obviously, if you lose this game, then it's cancel everything. But this is a team that you would like to look pretty good against. Now, it's a Saturday night game on the road.
You know how I feel about the Aggies. I don't care. I want them to be undefeated. They're going to lose anyway here.
Lose anyway where?
In Austin. That's a loss. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, that's where it gets to the question. Like, can Texas go 5-1 the rest of the way in the SEC? If they do that, they give themselves a chance. So if they lose that game to Georgia, which, as of now, I would chalk that up as an L. That's how I felt all offseason long. And
yes,
I do feel a little better about that game, knowing that Georgia can be beaten at home, but it was by a really good Alabama team that has always had Georgia's number. So
right.
I still feel like Georgia's pretty immortal more often than not.
Especially when it comes to playing Texas. We've seen it 2 times.
Right. But if you beat Kentucky, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, Arkansas, and A&M, if you win those 5 games, then you give yourself a chance.
Yes.
So, that's the difference in conversation that we're having on a Tuesday than the one we would have had if Texas didn't beat Oklahoma.
Right? No, we said everything can change with a win over Oklahoma.
Yeah, that was their toughest, a really tough game. They still have 3 games against ranked teams. Vanderbilt's currently in the top 25. Georgia's in the top 10. A&M's in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of these groups or 3 of these teams are going to have better offense than what we saw from Oklahoma. That was garbage.
Yeah, I think so. But
I think that offense is kind of on par with Mississippi State.
Oof.
What I saw on Saturday.
Oh,
except for Mississippi State runs the ball better.
Texas made them look like Mississippi State. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Oklahoma's offense is still a work in progress for sure. But I also think this Texas defense, I mean, I expect the Longhorn D to show up more often than not. And I think that group is going to give Texas a chance in pretty much every game that they play the rest of the way. So
there will be a lot of dog fights. I mean, straight through, including them dogs behind the hedges, them dogs with the cowbells. I mean, there's going to be a lot of doggy games coming up. I don't tend to think much of Arkansas because their offensive line struggles to protect that quarterback, and he likes to run around, so he'll come up lame in that game somehow. And they're still trying to figure out who's going to be the next boss. So they got a lot on their plate when they come here. They won't be at home, so they won't be as excited.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that to me is the easiest game that Texas has left at home against an Arkansas team that's already fired their coach.
Yes.
That's the one that you should be able to chalk up as an easy dub. I'd like to think you could chalk these next 2 weeks up as easy wins as well.
I'd like to see how they play after a big win like that, playing that kind of rivalry game. Will they still be sky high? Will they get better? Will they still understand what they did in that game to continue to get better, and march to have to get to an SEC championship, or all of a sudden we find out here's 12 penalties in the game and they're dogfighting it. I know it's win, baby, win, but if you barely win in this game and you look sloppy and you win, that's not good for the rest of that season. That remainder of those games, there will be some pretty decent teams in there. Like I said, they'll have way better offenses than what you saw at Kentucky and Oklahoma.
Yeah,
that offense for Oklahoma was dog shit. Sorry, John Interceptier.
There it is, John Interceptier. Yeah, I mean, look, that's an offense that was good enough to beat Michigan and beat Auburn. Now, I don't know how good that those two teams were. We're going to learn a lot more about Oklahoma in the second half of the season. But
yes,
I give Texas's defense. I'm giving Texas defense a lot of credit for making Oklahoma's offense look that inept in that football game. Yeah, I mean, Steve Sarkisian, look, if Texas wins this game at Kentucky by 1 point, Steve Sarkisian's going to tell us that it's a really good win and it's really difficult to get victories on the road in the SEC, and you take it.
We know what the scenario will be about a win.
Right.
It'll be about it's hard to win in this conference. It's on the road. We're just coming off. All those things will come out. But, I mean, the people that watch the games know. Yeah. We're not dopes. We understand football.
Well, here's Steve Sarkisian yesterday. He was asked about his team's mindsets coming out of the Oklahoma win.
We're evolving as a team. We're learning this team as we go. And we're in a very good position. As I said, we're 1-1 in conference play. And, moving on and moving forward, this is an SEC championship game for us. You guys are seeing the records in our conference, and there's a lot that's going to happen. And, a lot of people are going to eat each other here as we go. And we got to control our own business. But I think we're learning our team and our style of play and how we can play moving forward. And so, a lot of positives there that, we can build on, and some things that we need to improve upon for sure. We're not a finished product.
Yeah, we got that. And that's what I'm saying. We knew he was going to talk about it because I said if they lost that game, I would say at the end of the season, this guy doesn't know his team. He doesn't know his players as well as he thinks he knows his players and what their capabilities are. So I think he's right on that. I think they're still learning about, who fits what spot, who does this, who we can rely on in this. I think that's he's true about that. And I think it was going to be a work in progress anyway. They just got picked as number one. They thought everything was going to happen surrounding the quarterback, and there was much more that they needed, than the quarterback that they had to fix up. And they're still in the progress of doing that.
Yeah.
The quarterback will be fine if everybody does their job. And it's just the others around him. He gets better as they get better too. I mean, it works both ways for him. So I think he's just still finding out. And it just almost seems like they were, that off week, he should have found out a lot. There's no way they should have lost that Florida game. Should have found out about his team in the off week. And now we're still talking about finding, slowly but surely. But I mean, that may have been the biggest lesson learned of the season. We may end up finding out that was hate to say it, that was a pretty good loss. If this team goes and runs the table from here, what a loss that would have turned out to be. You know?
And you hear Sark talking about treating this weekend like an SEC championship game. And I know some people might shake their head at that, but this is the mindset that Texas has had in each of the last 2 years, right? In 2023, Texas lost the Oklahoma game, and Steve Sarkisian pretty openly was like, no, we're treating every Big 12 game as a conference championship game.
Absolutely.
Because we know we cannot afford another conference loss and still make it to the Big 12 title. What do? They ran the table. They got to Arlington. They beat the crap out of Oklahoma State. They won the conference. Last year, midway through the season, they lose to Georgia. Similar conversation. Like, we need to treat every week like an SEC title game for us to guarantee that we're going to have a spot in Atlanta. What do? They run the table. They get to the conference championship game. So you might scoff at it. You might laugh at it. You might say it's coach speak. But the good news is Texas has been in a spot the last couple of years where they've lost a conference game in the month of October.
Yeah, how do they treat a win? How do they come off of a win? This is important this week.
Right, and they've had that mindset. Now, that's me giving the glass half full thing. Here's the glass half empty. I'm looking at the game after the Oklahoma game in the previous 4 years, which comprises the Steve Sarkisian era. 2021, they lost to Oklahoma. They lost a week later to Oklahoma State. 2022, beat Oklahoma 49-0. They came home. They were 16-point favorites against Iowa State. They only won that game by 3. And if Xavier Hutchinson doesn't drop a deep ball, then that game maybe goes to overtime. That was way more of a struggle than it had to be. 2023, when Texas lost to Oklahoma, they were in Houston the next week. They were massive favorites, and they needed to hold on for dear life against the Cougs. And then last year, they had a bye after OU, but the week after that was the Georgia game here in Austin. Things did not go very well. So this has not always been the most successful spot for Steve Sarkisian, the game after the Oklahoma game. Now, Kentucky's not a very good football team. If you could
perfect time to get your run game going again.
Yeah, if you could ask for a team to play after Oklahoma, I think this is the team that you would ask for because they're the worst team in the conference.
Sure.
But there's been a bit of a hangover, win or lose, it's felt like, for Steve Sarkisian in the game post OU.
Well, he's going to give you that, it's human nature deal about this is what happens. Well, that's why you get paid the big money, because you can't let human nature come into play here. That your job is not to let that happen again, because this is where most coaches will say, well, human nature says after a big game like that, big rivalry game, there's going to be some letdowns. And no, coach, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear about letdowns. We want to hear anything. You're playing a bad team. You ought to go and whip their ass, get better at running the ball, do some new things, get prepared, have your team ready for the second half of the season.
Yeah, that's it. And my hope is that Texas was able to develop some sort of identity on offense in that second half against Oklahoma, right? Like, did they find something in those final 30 minutes where they started to wear down that Oklahoma defense that they could use moving forward? And
one is they need to keep that running back Trey Wisner healthy. They can't. They gotta spell him. They gotta be careful of him at practices in the second half of the season. I mean, the wear and tear on that dude with the hamstring, you got to make sure that he gets plenty of rest, because he's a huge factor in the second half of the season for what they need to do. They don't have another runner except for their quarterback. No,
they need CJ Baxter back, and they need him to not just come back for one game and get hurt again.
Or one play or whatever he comes in for.
Or one play and get hurt again, because you're right. Like, Trey Wisner has to stay healthy. He's clearly the best tailback on this team.
Also, he has to catch about 30. He got to catch about 30 passes from this point on, BK.
Well, he can't have that workload that he had against Oklahoma every week and expect to stay healthy.
No.
I mean, we've already seen him miss 3 games this year. But that guy, like, he took a couple of hits in the fourth quarter, and it looked like he was banged up. He's sore 3 days later. And unfortunately, the Pep boys just aren't good enough right now.
No, they're not.
Maybe they will be, but we're talking about right now. And we played 6 games this year. We've seen enough from those guys. Like, can those guys contribute on a pinch and maybe do something on a couple of plays? Sure. But are they good enough to be like a good number 2 to like actually be out on the field for drives at a time to give Trey Wisner a legitimate spell? I don't think so. So that's why. And, Sark was not asked about CJ Baxter yesterday, but Chip Brown, our own Chip Brown, reported that CJ Baxter is trending to be able to play this weekend at Kentucky. Of course, we'll get an injury report tomorrow, and then another one Thursday, another one Friday. But Trey Wisner staying healthy is big, but also if this team could get CJ Baxter back as that number 2, that would go a long way into doing what you're talking about, making sure that run game stays working.
Yeah, what are they looking for from Gibson? What are they doing? I mean, he played a couple plays last week. What are they looking for out of him? Is he's just a guy just to spell the guy? I mean, do they look at him now as a real contributor or just a give a guy a break? I think they look at him as give a guy a break guy.
Well, they heard you call him a fullback so many times, and I think they listened.
Well, he is, but then
But
they ran him outside. I'm like, he's not going anywhere on the outside. He didn't run between the tackles. He ran outside, BK, and they just grabbed him and threw him down to the ground. I said, he's not getting outside. That's not the way he runs.
Yeah, they had a lot of success with outside zone against Oklahoma, and that's something that I hope is
But not with the fullback.
replicable going forward. But, yeah, I mean, you asked about Jarrett Gibson and what his role is. Bucky, he has 1 carry the last 2 games combined, right? He didn't play at all against Florida. He had 1 carry against Oklahoma, and I think that happened because Trey Weisner got a little banged up at some point, and he just needed a spell.
It was. He got hit hard. He was going to get hard. Whether he was 100% or 80%, he was going to get hard and get hit hard in that game, and that's just the way that goes. And like you said, late, I thought he took a couple shots. I thought he took some, like I said, I don't want to call them cheap shots. It's just football. But where there's guys on his back, he's going down, and some guy out of the secondary then hits him low in the knees. Mm-hmm. And if he's not on, he had to be sore as a mother. He's got to still be sore today.
He's hilarious because he met with the press right after the game with the giant smile on his face, and he was laughing and just having a good time. But, yeah, he took some hits, and he ran hard. Yeah,
and let me tell you, that other dude, Baxter, would have been limped up for days after that, some of those hits, those low hits. So, they know they need C.J. Baxter to come in the game and be healthy for more than a play or 2 or 3 and not miss the next game. They need help. They need help with that position because the workload for Trey Weisner, they're going to start loading him up. They're going to have to. He's important. I mean, like I said, I think they need to find ways to get him that those little dump offs mean yardage. And I think Arch is going to start seeing, hey, if I dump this ball off to this dude, I can get some yards out of this with him. So his workload, not just running, but catching the ball is going to start to come into play in the second half of the season.
22 carries and 5 catches for Quintravion Weisner. So, 27 total touches, big part of the offense. How many catches
does he have on the year? Oh, yeah, he only played the 1 damn game. I mean, I'm thinking, can that guy get to 40 catches still? Can he get to 30-some catches? In this offense, probably, yeah. If he's getting 5 a game from this point on.
Well, he has 8 catches right now, and we're halfway through the season. Like you said,
he can get to 35.
He can get to 35 in the last 6 games.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just shy of 6 grabs a game.
Just dump it off.
Yeah. Well, the screens, I think that's what we saw Texas do, and some of this was predicated on the type of defense that Oklahoma was playing. But we saw a lot more screens from Texas, and I'd never think this offensive line is going to be a strength. It's not going to be a strength of this team ever. So as much as I would love Arch to drop back and take a bunch of deep shots down the field every week, I just don't think you have the offensive line to do that consistently. Now, I think you're going to have more than 1 deep shot attempt, which is what you had against Oklahoma.
Sure.
But I do feel like the quick passing game and the screen game is going to need to be a consistent part of this offense going forward. So that could give more opportunities for Trey Weisner to get up to 40-plus catches for the second.
And he seems to find his zones when he doesn't have to pass protect, which lately you got to stay in. You got to keep the back hanging around before somebody comes off clean before leaving. But Arch escapes pretty well, and he finds those guys like that,
Yeah, he's done a great job of that this year, and we saw that on full display in Dallas. So, all right, we'll dive back in. Good Texas football conversation. We got some more sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference, more takeaways from Oklahoma, and again, starting to turn the page to this Saturday's road tilt in Lexington. But before we dive back into the Horns, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and the great Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family, folks. Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. And Tuesday, 2 for Tuesday, BK, 2 slices for the price of 1. 4 locations, Highway 79 in Round Rock, right by the Dell Diamond, of course, Anderson Lane, also in Bee Caves. Folks, I love Tony C's Pizza, and I love Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's. Love Mr. C's. Also love AV Consultations. Here's a word from our man Tom McKay and the crew at AVC.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Of course, our friends at Sue Patrick, since 1975, they got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more hats. They've got them all at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. And they've got tons of Texas themes, gifts, books, all the items that you're looking for. Jelly Cat, plus the clothing. Hey, Tommy Bahama is there in all sizes, men's and women's clothing there. They offer free shipping on orders over $59, of course, and free curbside pickup and plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. Go by and say hello to Jay and the entire staff over at Sue Patrick. Hey, get your gear if you're headed to Kentucky. Some of you are going to make that trip. You need some nice gear. You can get it at Sue Patrick or go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Oh, yeah. We were rocking the Sue Patrick up in the Metroplex.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of Sue Patrick gear up in.
You know what? I saw that shirt that we had, our polos with the little horns on them.
Yeah.
A couple people came by where we were sitting that day and had that same shirt on.
Of course.
Getting that gear. I mean, we've only sold like 2,000 or 3,000 of them in 2 years.
Well, there were a lot of people up there in Dallas.
Yes, there were. And there were a lot of Sooners up there, too, that weren't real people. They weren't people.
You know, it was weird. Like, they weren't real people. After the game, like, whenever Texas loses that game, I want to get away from the fair as quickly as possible, right? I want to be as far away from that place as I can in the least amount of time. There were so many Oklahoma fans hanging out at the fair after the game, like for hours, smiles on their face.
Trying to pick up their paycheck to leave town. They weren't going to work on Sunday.
I don't know, man. Some of them were just walking around like smiling with the corn dog or some fried food. They were just laughing. Like, it's like, damn.
You know what they did, BK? I'll have to say this. They had a few pretty girls, though.
Who did?
The Sooners.
Well, yeah.
I thought they were all like camels originally over the last couple of years, but they had some really pretty girls that were, at the ticket booth in front of us getting tickets and stuff and still, downward, hook them down. I mean, but there were some pretty girls. I don't know did they ship them in from somewhere?
Yeah, from Texas.
Is that really?
All the good-looking girls who go to Oklahoma are from Texas. Now, unfortunately, they can't get into Texas, which is why they go to Oklahoma.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's not just the football team that has a bunch of Texans on it. There are a bunch of OU students who come from the Lone Star State.
Oh, I didn't see. Now I know how the pretty girls got to Sooner land.
And then they move back to Texas as soon as they graduate because they realize what Oklahoma
what am I
is.
going to do?
Yeah, they know better. They know better than that. But I don't know. Maybe Oklahoma's so used to losing to Texas that it doesn't even faze them anymore. It's like, we didn't score a touchdown. This happened last year. Let's have a good time at the fair. Let's go on some rides. Let's hang out at the Midway. This doesn't bother us. We're so used to it. Who cares?
Are they blaming their coach yet for their quarterback being hurt now? Are they going to say, well, if we don't have anything done, he made a poor decision on playing the kid? Is that coming? Is that in their chat rooms? That should be by now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's some. We made a mistake. We rushed Mateer back too soon, which
should have been playing the other guy. Yeah, there's got to be that.
Oh, Michael Hawkins could have gotten this too. All right. We saw how he looks against Texas.
Yeah, he likes shit.
Any Oklahoma fans we would have had a better chance if Hawkins was out there. Number one, hilarious considering the way they were talking before the game. And number two, hilariously wrong because no, that guy would have been sack lunch too. I almost wish they put Michael Hawkins Jr. in the game.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Just to
he
get
goes
rid
in
of
and throws a pick.
Excuse. I didn't think that would be an excuse that OU fans made, right? We all thought, okay, if Mateer misses the game and Texas wins, it's, congrats, you beat us without our quarterback. But now Mateer played so bad, there are people like, well, he wasn't healthy. If we had Hawkins, it's like, I wish he would have played for like a quarter.
Oh, no, we need to fire the coach. He made a mistake playing the kid.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like if he got hurt again, that would have been the conversation.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think OU fans are are saying that right now, but who knows? I mean, there's some of them who are starting to panic.
They don't have a bye now. Do they have a bye now themselves?
Oh, no. Here's where the schedule starts for Oklahoma. I mean, at South Carolina this weekend.
Ooh.
Ole Miss at home next weekend. At Tennessee the week after that. Then a bye week. Then at Alabama, home Missouri, home LSU.
Dude, they got one win in that group right there, group of 5. That group of 5, they got one win, and that's the Missouri game at home.
So if they go 1-5 in their final 6 games, that means it'll be
my God.
That means it'll be 1-6. Obviously, you include the Texas loss. Well, that'd be a 6-6 season for Oklahoma.
Oh, that would be just what they were supposed to be. That's exactly what they were supposed to be. All said and done, here you go from number 6 in the nation to where you're supposed to be, out of the top 25. That's what they're about to happen for them.
That would be so glorious. Oh my God. Yeah, they better.
They're easy to figure out. You better, if you can get some points against them, they can't score any. If your defense is anything, they won't score very much against you because they can't run the ball the length of this table that this computer's on right now. They can't get it. That's it.
Yeah, their offense is better than it was last year, but not by a whole lot.
No.
Like, they still clearly have issues on their offensive line. Like you said, they don't have an ability to run the football with running backs. The Jay Knott pickup has been a nightmare for them. Now, I do think their quarterback plays a lot better, and I do think their receiver plays a lot better. So I do think their offense is better than what it was a year ago. But, I mean, that's a brutal stretch right there. They better win this game in South Carolina this weekend. Otherwise, it could go downhill very fast.
I'm not picking them to win that game.
I think OU's a slight favorite. South Carolina has been a big disappointment. You know, they were, I think, picked to finish 6th in the SEC this year. They're just 3-3 on the season. OU's a 5.5-point favorite on a Tuesday morning in Columbia. That's not an easy place to win. So we will see what happens. But yeah, that's it could be the start of a downward spiral.
Yeah, they could play some pretty salty defense in South Carolina.
Yeah, that's a tough place to win. I think I would pick Oklahoma to win that game, but I won't be rooting for Oklahoma to win that game.
No, man, I want them on a heater, like a 5-game heater, right down in the hole.
I don't care how, people will be, well, if Oklahoma starts losing, then your win against them won't look as good. I don't care. I never root for Oklahoma ever.
Yeah. No, I don't care either.
You know what would be funnier than Oklahoma getting hot and going on a run and making that Texas win look good? It'd be if they go 6-7 again.
Oh.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If that happens, Brent Venables might lose his job, and that's not what we want. Remember, going into the year, all I said was, I want him to do just good enough to keep his job. I don't want Oklahoma to be a playoff team or anything like that. But, my fear is if they go 6-7 again, then they're going to fire him and actually bring in a really good coach. I don't want that. No,
that would be foolish. They'll hire James Franklin.
Oh. By the way, speaking of James Franklin,
did he get his money? Did the check go through?
It's a good question. I'm sure we'll hear about it if it doesn't.
Hey, that would be my first thought if I was him. Hey, did it go through? I want to make sure of that.
Where will James Franklin be coaching next? These are odds from our friends in the desert.
Oklahoma or Kentucky?
The favorite, Arkansas, 2-1. Talked about it yesterday. James Franklin is going to be coaching in the SEC next year. Just brace yourselves. Just brace yourselves. It's going to happen.
For him. I don't believe much ties for him from Pennsylvania to Arkansas.
No, but it's an SEC job. Like, he'd rather be coaching at Penn. He'd rather be coaching at Penn State. That's where he's from, but he can't coach there anymore.
No, he'll be in Pennsylvania.
What does that mean?
Being from Pennsylvania, he'll be coaching in Kentucky, so it's a Pennsylvanian.
Coaching.
Yeah, so I think he'll be in Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky fires Stoops. He could be there. Vanderbilt, by the way, where James Franklin was before he took the Penn State job, they have the second best odds at 4-1, followed by Nebraska at 5-1. How funny would that be? Like, that implies that Matt Rule would take the Penn State job and we would just have a little coaching change, a little trade between those two. And then UCLA 4th, Florida 5th for James Franklin.
No, he's not going to
schools in
they
there.
just got rid of a brother at UCLA. Now they got an interim brother. They're not going to then hire another brother. That ain't going to happen.
Is James Franklin full brother?
He's got some light skinness in him. He's got a little mix going on there, but that's all right. He will, but they're not going to go brother to mixed brother, are they? At UCLA, I don't think so.
I don't know what they'll do, but there's their James.
And
Franklin
their interim coach is coaching pretty well right now.
They're 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if that guy goes on and wins a couple more games, he's got a chance of getting that job.
Yeah, I would think so. And their offensive coordinator is doing a tremendous job.
So yeah, and he's going to get a look from someplace too.
Yeah, Jerry Neuheisel. Unfortunately, we as Longhorn fans know him all too well as a player, but he's been a huge story with what UCLA's offense has done these last couple of weeks. So
yeah, is he the son or the brother of Rick? He's Rick Neuheisel's son.
Son, yeah, he's young. He's only in his 30s.
Yeah, I always have to be careful of that because for so many years I used to tell people that when I was with the Giants camp that John McVay was the father of the McVay that was at the Rams.
Sean McVay,
but people had to tell me, I think it was CB that say, Buck, no, you play for his grandfather.
Yeah.
John McVay was not his dad. That was his grandpa.
The late John McVay, who died at 91 years young in 2022. Wow. Yeah, that would have been like not quite an Al Pacino or Robert De Niro situation, right, or he birthed him in his 70s, but Sean would have been a pretty late birth if he was John's kid.
Yeah, and I kept saying that, and I was thinking, that's got to be that's his dad. It's his grandfather. Yes, I'm a piece of old meat. So there's your James Franklin stuff, by the way. While we're on the topic of James Franklin, we were going to say, hey, he may get the Boston College job.
He doesn't want the Boston College job. He's better than that. Sorry.
Hey, he's got $49 million to go live in New England. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just wants a better job than Boston College. I think he wants to win. Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's in the ACC. Got to put him in the ACC and not the Big Ten.
ACC's a tough place to win. I feel like you guys don't have the facilities or the financial backing that you need to really win. No? Could be wrong.
They get really some great offensive linemen in that Pennsylvania, Ohio area. You can build lines of scrimmages.
Yeah. I mean, they'd be better.
It's the ACC.
The ACC, the All Cupcake Conference.
I mean, they got to beat Stanford and Cal.
Yeah, but if James Franklin would take all 5 of those jobs that I mentioned over Boston College. Now he has to get offered, but he would take Arkansas, Vanderbilt, Nebraska, UCLA, and Florida over BC.
Yeah, I don't think the guy from Indy would leave his gig. He's built too much there too quick.
Oh, man. That'd be crazy if Kirk Cignetti stays, but he's doing a tremendous job. He's doing this all with 3 stars. Imagine what he could do with the 5 stars you can recruit to Penn State.
I know.
Oh, he's a tremendous story. Those Indiana.
Yeah, just Google him, and he'll show you how good he is.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's let you hear from James Franklin, by the way. We have some exclusive sound from the recently fired coach at Penn State University. Of course, the Nittany Lions started the year number 2 in the country. They began 3-0. They've lost their last 3, and James Franklin has now lost his job. Here is our TSU staff getting an exclusive one-on-one with the former head coach at Penn State.
Penn State couldn't decide which loss they should fire me for, so they fired me for being just a shitty coach in general. I did remind them that we beat Bowling Green just last year. I can't believe they fired me. I beat juggernauts like UMass and Delaware recently. I still want to coach. I don't want to be known as a disappointment at Penn State. I'd like to go somewhere else and be a disappointment there too. I'm an even whiter version of Lincoln Riley. I wouldn't say I was a total bust. No one on my staff was sentenced to life in prison for being a pederast. So that's something I'm very proud of. It sucks. I got fired because I'd gotten really good at standing on the field after a loss and looking like a dumbass. I sent Drew Aller a gift basket with jams and cheeses and a card that just said, "Sorry to ruin your first round draft stock. All the best." I'll probably be coaching at Kent State next year. They have zero expectations, which is what you need if you're hiring me.
Wow.
Wow. All right. So scratch everything we said. Forget the Vegas odds. James Franklin saying he's probably going to be coaching at Kent State next year.
Yeah, he's probably back to the MAC. And he was never in the MAC, I don't believe, but he's back. He's going to go to the MAC.
He'll get a better job than the MAC. Like
Kentucky would love to have that dude.
Yeah, for sure. That's better than the MAC, I think. He's 104-45 at Penn State. 6 10-win seasons. Made it to the playoff. Made it to a bunch of BCS bowls. Like he's going to get a good job if he wants it. And again,
if he doesn't, he's still got $49 million in the bank.
I do think there's a weird clause in James Franklin's contract that says he has to take another job by, I think, 2031, which is when his current contract was set to expire. And if he doesn't, then Penn State doesn't have to pay all of it. So, like, he has to get another gig. He can't, if he wants all of that money, he can't Jimbo Fisher this thing and literally ride off into the sunset and do absolutely nothing but fish and hunt whenever he wants.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody will, Delaware State or somebody will hire him if he wants to keep that money. Because I'd keep that money. I'd be going to Delaware State or Muhlenberg or Shippensburg. If I was going to get $49 million, I'd be handed out there. If you said I had to go coach somewhere, I'd go coach somewhere. All right.
Yeah, maybe he would just do that. But I don't know, man. Arkansas would be fascinating because obviously Arkansas is one of Texas's permanent opponents starting next year in the SEC. I mean, they have been the last 2 years too, but we know with the new schedule change, Arkansas will be on the Longhorn schedule every year for the foreseeable future. So we could be getting a lot of James Franklin action going forward.
Wow. That'd be wonderful.
They hired John Calipari in basketball, so they're willing to hire, older veteran coaches who have had some success. Now Calipari much more than James Franklin, of course, but I could see that happening. I really could. I don't know how we got there. We went from shitting on Oklahoma to shitting on James Franklin. Who do we shit on next? Who else you want?
Well, everybody, they're not waiting. They're not delaying. They're finding dudes during the season. So it's almost not like can't wait till the end of the season. You got to start picking out who's next pretty quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, those conversations are being had right now.
How long is the dude from Vandy going to stay there? Somebody a little better than Vandy's going to want that guy. But just to be in the SEC is a big deal now because every week you can win a game or you can lose a game. So. And everybody's right in the thick of things, except for, like you said, Kentucky's like at the bottom of the heap this year. Mississippi State got a little bit better. All the teams have gotten better from last year.
By the way, interesting point from CB, who brings up that Steve Patterson once interviewed James Franklin for the Texas job. We chose Charlie Strong over James Franklin, which I guess over time turned out to be a good decision and a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, got rid of Charlie Strong quicker than you would have James Franklin, probably. That's
in the short term, probably not.
Yeah,
in the short term,
eventually you would have got rid of James Franklin, but you got rid of Charlie a little quicker.
Right. So you asked about the SEC and teams who were not as good. Is that your question? I'm sorry.
I was thinking who. I mean, everybody's better than they were last year, I believe. Mississippi State definitely is.
Mississippi State is. I don't know. Is Arkansas better than they were last year?
They're kind of the same. Okay. It depends on where they play. Tennessee should have just routed them.
I would say South Carolina is not better than they were last year. For sure.
They're about the same, you think?
They're worse. South Carolina last year.
Yes, they were. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's the one team.
South Carolina was 9-4 last year. They're already 3-3 right now. They've already lost.
Ever since their quarterback took a hit in the head, he hadn't been the same.
Yeah, that doesn't help them. But no, I think it's maybe too early to tell. But yeah, this conference is really good and it's really deep, and it feels like just about anybody can beat anybody on any given Saturday. So I think as more conference games get played. Obviously, the Longhorns have only played 2. A lot of teams have played 2 or 3. We'll start to, a lot of records are inflated. The point I'm trying to make is a lot of records are inflated by playing a bunch of cupcakes in the non-con. So who separates themselves from the pack in the SEC? That'll answer your question of who's truly better than they were a season ago, or who's just taking advantage of getting to play some weaker non-conference teams in August and September. So I don't know.
BK, that you talked about yesterday when you talked about the heat at the Cotton Bowl and where Oklahoma, the sideline that they were on, they looked a little worn in the fourth quarter. I know they physically, I thought their depth would hold out in their defensive line. It did not. Those guys were tired looking.
Well, I think it was a combination of the sun, but also a combination of Texas holding the ball for 13 and a half minutes in the third quarter.
Yeah, they only had 4 plays in the third quarter.
There's a long ass halftime in college football. So I don't care that you're in the sun for the whole first half. Like, you got 30 minutes inside your locker room to refresh and rehydrate and get your energy back. And then Texas gets the ball first in quarter number 3, and they put together a 14-play drive that takes more than 7 minutes off the clock. And then they get the ball back right away because the Oklahoma offense sucks and the Texas defense was great. And then Texas holds the ball for 6.5 minutes and ends up with a field goal there. So that's what wore them down. Like, Texas wore them down more than the sun did. Texas was able to stay ahead of the chains. We'll play one more from Steve Sarkisian here. This is kind of Captain Obvious stuff, but Sark was asked about the importance of staying ahead of the chains on offense and just how much easier that can make life on that side of the football.
I think so. I think that was probably what was so frustrating early in the game, was like we were doing it to ourselves. We were causing it to ourselves. Even on the third drive, we're 1st and 10 on the 22-yard line going in. We get a holding penalty. I think we throw a screen to Wisner that loses yards. We throw something else and we lose. It's like, guys, can we just execute a little bit and move forward? And then 3rd and 6 is a heck of a lot better than 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 23 or 3rd and whatever. Like, just give ourselves a chance. And then when they start to figure out, like, hey, this is a lot easier, and Arch is like, wait, this is a lot easier, that, hey, everybody just settle down. And then what happened? The penalties all of a sudden went away. We're more productive. We have a 12-play drive, a 14-play drive, a 10-play drive. We're controlling the ball. The defense is getting their rest. They're playing with a little bit more energy on defense. And so that's where the complementary football thing, piece comes to play. And so, but again, like I talked to him today about, we have to be able to take the things throughout the week, and then on Friday that we say, hey, these are going to be things we're going to open the game with, and we got to execute those things with confidence. But we did it better later in the game than we actually did earlier in the game. And so we've got to do a better job as a staff to instill that in them, to understand this is what's going to get called. We don't need to have any anxiety. And we had too many breakdowns early in the game for my liking. And so that's an area where we have to improve. Like, we should be starting games better than we have been. And we need to do that. And so we've got to, as a staff, find a better way to instill that in those guys.
It's got to be tough when you just feel like, man, I got a bunch of dopes on my team. I mean, really. I mean, that's hard. It's hard to overcome when they can do the same thing over and over and over. And you're like, I got to talk to my staff about instilling this. No, it's hard when you have a bunch of dummies on your team.
Right.
You figure something out, then you get a bunch of holding penalty. I mean, really, just dumb stuff. They do dumb things.
Yeah, it's kind of the first time all year Texas has played a clean football game. And, Sark talked about it, and he's like, oh, the guys on the offense were like, oh, this is pretty easy. Like, this is nice. This is fun.
One of these times he's going to come to the podium on Monday and say, well, we won the game, but damn, are we dumb?
Yeah.
This group is dumb.
In the first half, Texas was just 2 for 6 on third down, and their average distance on those third downs was 13.2. In the second half, they were 8 of 11 on third down. Why? Because they stayed ahead of the chains. They weren't committing a bunch of penalties. They were executing well. So, yeah, you would like to not have to wait until the third quarter for your offense to figure it out. Sure. That would be nice. But the hope is, it's like, that's the first half of football all year where they've really played clean and executed really well. So the hope is these guys are like, let's do more of that. Like, that's good. Now we know what this offense is capable of doing, and we just did it against an elite defense, so we should be able to do this against weaker teams too.
Yeah, he
That's like,
calls it complimentary football. It's just smart ball, coach.
yeah, it's both, because, when you're first and 20, second and 20, third and 15, whatever, then you're punting the ball back and you're losing field position. So you're putting your defense in less favorable spots. So it's complimentary, but yeah, it's dumb. Committing penalties, shooting yourself in the foot is dumb. And
I'm
Texas
telling you,
cleaned that
you
up.
don't know how many games you can win a lot of games with 4 penalties a game.
But
You
more
go-
games, more games, I think, are lost in college football than won in college football. Like, teams lose games by penalties, by turnovers, by dumb shit. I feel like more games are lost than actually won. And Texas, they did so much wrong against, like, they have lost a lot where they just screw themselves up. They didn't make those self-deprecating mistakes.
Yeah, they do it to themselves.
Right. And that's like this, you're starting to see, or you finally started to see, why people were so high on this team coming into the year. It's like, you guys play your style of football, you're going to be okay.
We just didn't know your team was so dumb, coach. If we'd have known that, we wouldn't have picked you number 1.
Right. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Before Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joins us. By the way, he was at the game, his first Texas OU experience. So we'll get his thoughts on the atmosphere and, of course, the game itself, and we'll go around the conference. But before that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, say hello to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. As I said, you have to prepare yourself for the winter. It doesn't seem like it's very close to us, but when it comes, you want to be prepared and make sure that everything's all cleaned out, the filters are changed. But still, as we go through these warm days, make sure that your temperature is right exactly where you want it. It's not too high, not too low. And Woods Comfort Systems will come out and make sure all these things are cleaned properly and the filters are ready to go. They do heating, air conditioning, and plumbing. If you're having any plumbing issues, please call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website. You can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Also, a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
And say hello to our friends at Hat Creek Burger. Today is the burger day for the adults. Yesterday, no school because of Columbo Day. Christopher Columbus. Oh, Christopher Columbus, yes. Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday. All those peoples of indigeneity, they had their day yesterday. So today's a good day to get on the Hat Creek Burger and have a great double with cheese. Or if you don't need the bun, you can have a lettuce burger. They've got that for you. Plus, if mom and dad, if you want to go and take the kids out after school and you still want to have a little margarita, you can have that at a lot of those Hat Creek Burger companies. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, born and raised right here in Austin, Texas. But mom and dad, be careful on the playscape. Sometimes there's a weight limit on there. They don't really want you on there jumping around doing the jumpy jumps, so be careful. But Hat Creek Burger, the very best burger in town.
Yes, indeed. And adults, stay off the playscape. That's for the kids.
Come on. Sometimes it's cool to go down the slide.
Is it?
No, there's too many boogers on that slide.
I'm going to say boogers and snot and puke, shit. I don't want any part of any of that stuff. But love Hat Creek Burger Company. Also love our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Shout out to Mike. I know he's been tuned in this morning. If you want to upgrade your home, maybe a kitchen remodel, maybe a bathroom renovation, maybe both. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you want to be like the Buck and get a putting green installed on your property. McCall Custom Homes can do all of that. And they've been doing that in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. A father-son team with 4 decades of experience. And all of that experience has come right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do, head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They will come out to your place. They'll tell you what they could do. Obviously, they'll hear what you want to do, and then you can go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. Texting Chris Phillips to make sure he is awake and remembers that he's supposed to be joining us right now. Buck, a couple of SEC honors for Texas following their win over Oklahoma. The conference announced these yesterday afternoon. Manny Muhammad, after his 2-interception performance against the Sooners, was named SEC Defensive Player of the Week. He was phenomenal, and he is such a difference maker for that Longhorn secondary.
Oh, yeah, when he's in there, everybody's confident in that secondary. And the whole defense, he really makes a difference back there. Although those were 2 of the easiest interceptions he'll ever have, because John intercept here threw him right to the dude.
I will say the first one was a good play by Muhammad because – it wasn't a great ball by Mateer. He threw it into traffic, but that wasn't Muhammad's guy. Like he was looking at Mateer. He saw where he threw it. He left his man to go grab the ball.
Yeah, he said, I'm going to throw it to this guy. You just get off of your guy and just turn around and go and intercept it. The other one was over the top, wasn't in a little bit of a crowd. He just overthrew it.
The other one was in the end zone at the end of the first half,
yeah.
And that was just a stupid-ass play by John Mateer. I mean, that was horribly handled by the Oklahoma coaching staff, right? Just major clock mismanagement there. And then John Mateer, you can't throw one up for grabs in that spot. Obviously, give Muhammad credit. Look, there are DBs who dropped that ball. I know it was right to him. If Manny Muhammad drops that ball, then Oklahoma could still kick a field goal and go up 9-3.
Well, yeah, there's DBs that dropped it. They had a DB that dropped one that should have been to the house.
Sure. Oh, well, Texas did. Yeah,
that's why they're DBs.
Yeah, exactly. So Manny Muhammad thankfully did not make the announcers say, "Oh, that's why he's a DB." Like, thankfully, he was able
that's
to
right.
catch.
He said he caught those.
Yeah, we talk about there's so much momentum in this game. You have to take advantage of your opportunities, and Texas took advantage of most of them. They left a few out there on the table. It could have been worse than 23-6, but Manny Muhammad, he was throwing the ball a couple of times, and he took advantage both times. So, some of that's on John Mateer not being good, but hey, Manny Muhammad, like you said, I think the rest of the secondary plays with a lot more confidence when Manny is on the field. And, he's a difference maker. I mean, it was a night and day change from what we saw in Florida 7 days prior. So,
no doubt.
Well-deserved honor for him. Ryan Niblett got some love, too. Of course, for his 75-yard punt return touchdown, he was named SEC Co-Special Teams Player of the Week. And Colin Simmons was named Co-Defensive Lineman of the Week in the SEC. How about 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for Colin?
Yeah, he was around the ball a lot Saturday, which was good to see.
They had him doing everything on Saturday, right? They had him rushing passer. They had him in spy a lot on John Mateer. They were dropping him in coverage. I still think they drop him in coverage more than I would like, but he's such a good athlete that he's not a total liability if you do that. He was all over the field. And, when he gets drafted in the first round of the 2027 NFL draft, remember, he still has another year here, which is awesome. You're going to see a lot of film, a lot of highlights from this Oklahoma game. And when Mel Kiper's breaking down, here's why the Cardinals drafted you're going to see a lot of tape from this game against Oklahoma because he showed you how good he is as a pass rusher, most importantly, but also the versatility that he can bring to a defense.
Is he like a too cool dude, or does he get excited? I don't see him getting overly excited when he makes a play. Is he just that guy, I made a play, no big deal? He doesn't do much celebrating or anything, does he?
No, he talks a ton of shit.
He does?
Pardon my French. He is a big trash talker. He is very confident. Colin Simmons, the guy who said he wants to break the school sack record this year. I don't
see that in the games. I don't see that when he plays. I don't see that kind of spirit in him. He's just like kind of a business type of guy, No. Or maybe he's had to because he hasn't had all that great success early in the season. He's had to become a business kind of guy now.
I am not seeing that, but I don't know. I feel like he was celebrating pretty hard after his plays, but maybe not. I don't know. I got to go back and check on that. But I think he's one of the loudest, most brash players that Texas has on that side of the football.
Okay.
But it's good to see him playing well.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Whether he's celebrating or
Whether
not.
he's bold or not, he's playing better.
Right. He's got 5 sacks this year. And look, he's not going to break the school record, but he's got 5 sacks at the midway point of the regular season. Bucky, Texas has not had a double-digit sack guy since Jackson Jeffcoat.
Wow.
Mac Brown was still the coach the last time Texas had a player go for 10 or more sacks in a single season. So, hey, you're not going to get to 22. All right, you can still have a really good year if you don't even get half of that. It would be nice to see Colin Simmons have a strong second half and do something that hasn't been done around here in a long while.
That's true.
So he's looked like the preseason All-American he was. And you know who he was going up against for a lot of that game? That was Michael Fasusi.
Sorry about that. Mike should have come to Texas.
Right? Yeah, the freshman offensive lineman starting at left tackle for OU, a guy that Texas really wanted, chose Oklahoma. Now, it's interesting. A big part of why Fasusi chose the Sooners is because he wanted early playing time. Maybe he could have gotten that on this offensive line. Who knows?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
Who knows? Not to dunk on the O-line. The Texas O-line was better than the OU O-line on Saturday. But, yeah, that was a matchup that was won pretty easily by Colin Simmons. And OU's right tackle got hurt too, and the backup that they brought in did not have that great of a day either. So, yeah, 5 sacks for Texas. Good seeing Brad Spence getting involved with that. Lance Jackson, the true freshman, was actually the highest graded player for Texas on
Who's
defense.
number 4? Who's number 14 out there playing?
That's Brad Spence.
Yeah, he's got a little thump to him now.
Yeah,
he's
the
pretty
Arkansas.
sudden. I like the way he plays.
I do too. The Arkansas transfer who moved from, off-ball linebacker to edge this offseason. And I think he only had like 16 pass rush snaps. I'm trying to see if I could find the exact numbers for him. But he made the most of his opportunities. Like, he didn't get a ton of run, but he made a lot happen when he was on the field.
Yeah, when he's on the field, he shows up. You're right.
I feel like he's done that a lot this year. Let me see if I can real quickly find these numbers for him. Brad Spence, 16 pass rush snaps, 6 pressures, 1 sack, and 2 TFLs. That'll work.
Yeah, it does.
And then the freshman, Lance Jackson, number 40, Buck. 4 pressures, 1 sack, 2 hurries in only 8 pass rush snaps.
He's the guy that's off the ball, right? Linebacker?
No, more of an edge. He's an edge.
Huh.
And he played, I thought he played a little too much against Florida. I still think he has work to do as a run stopper. I thought, Florida was able to get to the edge with Jaden Ball way too easily last week. And that's why you and I were like, why is Ethan Burke only playing 13 snaps? He's your best run defending edge. What are we doing here? So I still think Lance Jackson, understandably so, as a true freshman, has some work to do in that category. But as a pass rusher, got a little juice.
Yeah, Ethan Burke needs to be more effective. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if there's too many substitutions, but he hadn't gotten into a rhythm. He got in his rhythm a little bit later in the season last year. Maybe it's that time now for him.
Yeah, it feels like the coaching staff doesn't like Ethan Burke that much.
They just don't. He doesn't play a lot of snaps.
No. I got to pull up the snap count again. It was 13 against Florida, which was less than both Lance Jackson and Zina Umeozulu, which was pretty shocking to see. And I thought that was a horrible decision by the coaching staff once again, because I think Ethan Burke is really good against the run, and Texas couldn't stop the run on the outside. I think he played more against Oklahoma, but
yes.
Yeah, no, in the box score, just 1 tackle for Ethan Burke against the Sooners. So I don't know. Maybe they're saving him for something, or maybe he's banged up and they're not telling us. But it is weird to see. It's his senior season. It's a contract year. Thought this guy.
Well, and he played so well last year in the second part of the season. He was everywhere. So I'm
Right.
wondering. I don't see anybody that has absolutely stood out. those guys have gotten some nice snaps, but I mean, this is kind of the time you need your seniors, I would think, especially in the second part of the half of the season when it's go time,
Well, Sark, Texas has so much depth in that edge room, right? I mean, obviously you got Colin Simmons there. You've got Colton Vosick there. You talked about Brad Spence, right?
Yeah,
Lance
sometimes
Jackson.
you play too many, though. Sometimes it's, you're just rotating because for the sake of rotating. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, here's, they played well on Saturday. The rotation worked against
Whatever
OU.
they did, yes.
Here's Sark, though. Sark was asked about that yesterday. He was asked about Brad Spence, but also just about the depth that he has in that edge room. And here's what he said.
That room has been one that we felt like coming into the season could be a real strength of our team. It's a very versatile room, and that was kind of intentional of how we recruited it. When you've got Ethan and his style of play and Zena and their style of play with the length and physicality they have, and then Lance being in kind of that same role, then to go along with where Colin's at, where Colton's at, where Brad is at. It's a very versatile room that way. And I credit the defensive staff for being creative to find more ways. And we got into a little different scheme Saturday where we were able to get Brad on the field and put him at a little different spot to where he could impact the game. And so, again, we have to continue to grow as a staff too, as where we have the depth of those players. How can we utilize all that we have and put them in position to have some success? And I credit Brad. He's been working hard. He had a tough week a couple weeks ago and continue to get back to the grind. He had a much better week of preparation last week. Found a role and made some plays. And again, Lance, same thing, and he's growing from where, we can become more accountable to what he can do. So we just got to keep playing all those players, and we're fortunate that way.
Yeah. They don't say much about Ethan Burke. They don't say
No.
enough about him. So yeah, they're looking for somebody better that can do multiple things. That's what that means.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like Ethan Burke can be that guy. I feel like we've seen him be that guy. But, I don't know. It just feels like he's not a giant part of – he's still a part of the rotation, but he's not –
Well, he starts.
Right, he's not making the impact that he made last year. So we'll see. We'll see if that changes. But, look, we're crying from a yacht here. We're a little biased. We love Ethan Burke. He's a great kid. He's a friend of the show. But Texas, it's not like – Ethan Burke's out and they're putting a bunch of nobodies out there.
Oh, no. The guys are contributing. They come in the game. But the guy ended up being a pretty special player in the latter part of the season. Like I said, when it's midway point, that guy was starting to come on last year. Why is he not getting the opportunities to come on early? Either he's just not getting it done. You got more versatility, but he's a pretty versatile guy too. He plays good against the run. He's played good against the pass, batting balls down. I just don't see him doing that. Maybe there's a reason for it. That's why they're playing so many different guys.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if his role increases more going forward. I think the strength of the Kentucky offense right now is their running back room with Seth McGowan and Dante Dowdle. We'll see if Zach Calzada, their quarterback, comes back from injury this week. He's been banged up. He's missed their last 3 games. Kentucky did not play this past Saturday, so we'll have a couple of weeks to prepare for Texas and some time to get guys healthier. But, yeah, I think the strength of the Kentucky offense, if there is a strength on their offense, is their running ability. So, to me, that's an Ethan Burke type of game because that's what he is really good at. For Oklahoma, we talked about it all last week, and it proved to be true. They can't run with their running backs.
No,
Kentucky can run with their running backs. So, to me, this should be more of a 91 game than the Oklahoma one, perhaps. All right. More sound here from Steve Sarkisian. Now, obviously, a lot of critics last week. There was a lot of noise surrounding Texas. And
by the way, before you say that, BK, that was good for Niblett, co-special teams player of the week. That's good. Maybe now, if he can catch more of these balls and not let them bounce around, maybe have them better, maybe some more opportunities for punt returns. That was good for him. He needed to have that. He needed to have that big return. That was great timing.
Yeah, it's interesting. There was a story, like Steve Sarkisian said this. I didn't cut it up because it was kind of in the middle of a long answer, but Ryan Niblett wanted to transfer this past offseason. And you kind of see why. Texas was moving him around everywhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
He was recruited as a wide receiver. Then they had him playing defense. Then they moved him to running back, then to wide receiver. And I think he's like, to hell with this. Like, I'm good enough to play one position somewhere else. I don't want this to keep happening. And
Sure.
Steve Sarkisian, like, didn't let him leave. That's what he said. He's like, I didn't let him leave, and I fought to keep him here. Like, I just wanted him because of the player he was, but also as a culture guy. And that belief in Steve Sarkisian and Ryan Niblett, but also the belief in Ryan Niblett in Steve Sarkisian and Texas, that led to that moment this past Saturday.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, he's
now
a great
athlete. Another moment where he catches the ball and it doesn't bounce.
Just catch the ball, man. Like, now we have reason for why we want him to catch the ball. Buck, Ryan Niblett is third in the country in punt return average now.
Yeah, just catch it, man. You got a chance.
Obviously, that's skewed by the 75-yard touchdown, but he's also had some other pretty good returns this year. Now, what's not factored in, he doesn't get a punt return when he doesn't return a punt, when he doesn't catch it or field it. So, like,
he can't make that yardage up by being a running back, because now every time he comes in, the whole world knows he's getting the ball, coach.
Yeah,
so don't bring him in and give him the ball, hand it to him, or throw it to him. Everybody on the opposing team now got it. They start screaming from the sidelines.
Right. You don't need him out there for that, but you do need him out there as a punt returner, and you need him catching the punts, because that's what he can do when he catches the punts. So great moment for Ryan Niblett. Obviously a pivotal moment in the game on Saturday. And really the party was on the Texas side of the Cotton Bowl after that play happened.
Absolutely.
Some years, 2 touchdown lead in the fourth quarter is not safe. This year, with this Texas defense and that Oklahoma offense, that might as well have been a 40-point Longhorn lead with just under 10 minutes to play. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Hey, Derek's right. They didn't have a lot of tall guys on Oklahoma's offensive line. They had a lot of round-shouldered dudes.
Ooh.
With bellies.
Doesn't every offensive line have a lot of round-shouldered dudes?
Well, they had some extra stubby dudes. They round-shouldered and they were squatty bodies. Give me some heights on that. Give me something bigger than 6'4", 6'5". Give me some 6'6", 6'7". They didn't have any of those kind of guys, did they?
Well, here's
6'4".
Phil Steele. I don't know how many of these guys played or started for Oklahoma. I'm seeing a 6'3", 6'4", 6'3", 6'6", 6'5".
Yeah, they got some 6'3", some 6'5s or 6'3s. They got about 3 6'3s, 370-pound round-shouldered dudes and round-stomach dudes.
I thought your rule for squatty body was under 6 feet. Now you're saying under 6'4" is a squatty body?
6'3" is a squatty body. 6'2", offensive lineman.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow here. Look, if you're dunking on Oklahoma, continue to dunk. I just want to make sure I've got you figured out.
Dan Neal was like 5'9".
Dan Neal is not 5'9". Why are you dunking on Dan Neal like that?
Dan Neal was not round-shouldered. He was square-shouldered.
Dan Neal's a great friend of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
He was not a squatty body. He was just a monster.
Yeah, he was a baller is what he was.
Yes.
Dan Neal, 6'2", is the listed height. Only
6 foot. Did you just add 2? Did you just add the 2 to it? You gave Dan 2?
I didn't add any 2 2s on anybody. 6'2", 285, according to Wikipedia. By the way, Michael Fasusi is 6'5", the freshman left tackle who played for Oklahoma. So, I don't know if they're tall, short, fat, skinny. I know they're not very good, and I know they got punked by Texas on Saturday. And that's the coolest part of the game is the Texas defensive line played better than the Oklahoma defensive line, the vaunted Oklahoma defensive line. People were calling, and I was calling it too. I think the Oklahoma D-line is very good. They're one of the best in the country. But the fact that the Texas group played better than them, that was great to see. Really great to see.
Yeah.
So more sound from Steve Sarkisian here.
Yeah, Fasusi's going to be ready to transfer here soon.
Who's that?
Fasusi. He'll be ready to transfer after this year.
Oh, to come to Texas?
Yeah, after they're 6-6. Yep.
Hey, I wouldn't hate it. I would not.
I wouldn't either.
I think, look, he struggled on Saturday, but that's a true freshman in the Texas OU game. I think he's got
Do what's best for the program. Do what's best for you, kid. Come to Texas like you're supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah, come to Texas like you're supposed to. You don't want to go to Oklahoma right now and be coached by burnt vegetables. Guy's just going to try to drink your fire hose all the time. That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
All right, here's another one from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser. Again, a lot of noise following the Florida game. And Coach Sark was asked if he felt the need to justify his team to the critics. Interesting question. Here was Sark's response.
I really don't care if it was justified or not. It's irrelevant. It's like this week. I was telling the team today. So last week, everybody's going to write how we stink. We're no good. Let's look at 2026 team and what are they going to look like. This week, everybody's going to go back to writing how great we are again. It doesn't matter what people write or say, or it's about what we do. And I think that's a lesson learned for us and that's where I talk about the maturity of our team. This is a great week for us to show the maturity of how far we've come as a team. And that's what kind of leadership do we have? How do we bring these young guys along? How do we not ride the emotional roller coaster of the opinions of others and focus on what we need to do? But for me, I'm always going to defend our guys because I know how they work every single day, and I think that's important that they know that.
Work smart. Be smarter. That's all you need to do. Just be smarter, Coach.
He's right. Everyone last week was dunking on Texas, and a lot of people abandoned ship, and now it feels like a lot of folks are back on the bandwagon. So you've got to keep that same mindset. You got to put your head down and go to work, and you don't want another week of being criticized everywhere you go. So a lot more fun winning than it is losing. What did Augie Garrido say? The world treats winners a lot differently than it treats losers.
Yes.
Texas found that out.
By the way, your fans can only be week to week of what they see from your football team. And they saw the week before as your team was crappy. And so they thought you were going to be crappy until the game was over, until they saw how you played. That's up to you. As you said, you just take care of your own business. The noise is always going to be there. That's just, you have fans, they pay tickets, they see what you put on the field. And when you put a shitty product on the field, they're going to tell you you're shitty. They're not going to say, you know what, next week you'll be better. They're going to tell you exactly what you showed them because that's what they get to see.
Yeah, the noise was warranted, right? Like I know it bothered.
I think so. I think it was.
Yeah, it bothered Steve Sarkisian a little bit, but
sure.
I mean, again, you're the preseason #1 team in the country, and all of a sudden you're unranked 5 games into the year, and you look like that against a Florida team that is now, what are they, 2-4 after the loss to A&M this past Saturday? Like, you're gonna get criticized. That's how it works. I mean, James Franklin just got fired because he lost 3 games in a row.
And look at his record. Look at his all-around record. Good guy, good recruiter, fantastic recruiter. But look at his all-around record is good, but that's what people think. That's what people are looking for.
This is a very what have you done for me lately industry. And Sark was actually asked about James Franklin getting fired. I didn't cut this up, but like Sark himself was like, no, like that's how it works. Like you're expected to be good all of the time. And it doesn't matter what you've done in years past. It matters what you're doing right now. So yeah, there was noise, a lot of noise. It was warranted, but the good news is, again, they won a rivalry game. They beat a top 10 team and they saved their season. So the noise is quieted for now. And the hope is that noise stays quiet for a long, long time. You play like you did in the second half on Saturday.
It starts to quiet down when you win a couple championships. I mean, national championships or league championships. Even Kirby hears it. But he even when he's not hearing it, he pretends he hears it. He tells his team.
He makes up some noise. I don't know if it ever really quiets, Buck. Like,
no, it doesn't.
Nick Saban won 6 titles, and it felt like every time Alabama lost a game, people were like, has the game passed him up? Is he done? Is it time for change in Tuscaloosa? Even Bama fans were like freaking out every time. So it never, we're so fickle. It's what have you done for me lately? And by lately, we mean like 3 days ago.
It's week to week. You have to be consistent. Your team has to be consistent. And I think when you're like this team, you're still wondering who your leaders are, which they're building on their leadership right now. It's going to be week. It's going to be week to week. So I can only judge them from week to week. I think a lot of folks were surprised that Texas was picked as the #1 team. You know, number 2, number 3, or something like that. But I think the whole thing about being number one, I mean, it's just what they do in the beginning of the season. It's hard to – somebody's got to be number one, right?
It doesn't make too much difference, though. Like, if Texas was number 2 or number 3 and they fell out of the top 25 after a month, it would still be very loud. Very loud.
I mean, somebody has to be number one, and somebody has to be out of the top 25. So you're going to hear it no matter what.
Hey, well, Penn State was number 2, and they also fell, and they're not
ranked. Now they don't have a coach.
Right. Texas is back in the top 25, by the way, at number 21, for those of you who care. Hopefully they work their way up a little bit, right? They take care of business these next 3 games. All of a sudden, the mood changes a lot going into the month of November, but obviously work to do. Texas is 0-2 in true road games this year. They've got 2 true road games coming up these next Saturdays. So they've got to win at Kentucky. They've got to win at Mississippi State. You do that, you come back home for Vanderbilt, and that's another winnable game right there going into your second bye. So, all right, we'll take your thoughts. Chris Phillips is going to join us later this week.
Okay.
Overslept. Maybe he's too embarrassed because he picked OU to beat Texas.
Oh,
so maybe
he and Wags are not feeling good.
He just didn't want to show face on TSU this morning. I don't know what the deal is, Chris. I don't know, but we'll chop it up with Chris and go around.
Now he's become a good luck charm, so he needs to show his face again.
Yeah, he was previously 0-2 when attending Texas games in person this year, and now 1-2.
It'd be interesting because I think what the turnaround from the Florida game to the OU game, that's a huge turnaround. That's a huge turnaround for that offensive line against that defensive line. The coaches got to be commended, and the players, on how they turn that thing around in a week.
Yeah, well, let's get to that in a second, because Sark was asked about the offensive line and how he felt they graded out against the Sooners. And he was also asked about the true freshman Nick Brooks, who, of course, started his first career game on Saturday. We'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian there. We've got a funny Florida man story to dive into, a little baseball and Monday Night Football chatter as well. But before any of that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to centextickets.com as well. The best ticket marketplace that you can find. Centex Tickets, the place to go for all of your ticketing needs. Texas football games, home and away. Dallas Cowboys games, home and away. Houston Texans games, home and away. But it's not just football. They got you covered for F1 this weekend. They've got you covered for basketball season, which is right around the corner. They got you covered for a hockey season. You want to go to a Texas Stars game coming up. They've got it all. centextickets.com. Plus, if you have tickets and you can't go, sell them on centextickets.com. They make it so easy, and they get you paid out fast. The best ticket marketplace in the world is right here in Austin. centextickets.com, and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Also, one more quick shout out to all of our travel partners for our Texas trip to Dallas. Centex Tickets, a part of that. Austin Duck Adventures, a part of that as well. Sleep Cycle Center, 7-Eleven, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. Can't thank all of them enough for their support. We had a tremendous weekend up in DFW, and none of it would have been possible without their support. So y'all go support them. We love all of our partners here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but a special shout out to those who made our trip to Dallas possible to get to watch the Texas assing in person.
Yes.
That was great. All right. You asked about the offensive line, my friend. Here is Steve Sarkisian. He was asked yesterday how he would grade the O-line's performance against OU.
The offensive line did a really good job. You know, that's a tough front. OU's got a very good front, and they've got some very talented players. They've got a really good scheme. We knew that they were going to cause us issues. We just tried to minimize the negative plays, which is an area where they have thrived. And for the most part, we did. We've got to improve on some things, and we will. But going up against that front and them playing the way they played, we were definitely pleased.
Yeah, there's for some of those guys, for Brooks, I mean, he's a guy who, he just needs more experience. It's just this is a tough conference for a guy with not a lot of experience to come in a game and have to be dependent on, because you got guys that over you that can wreck your entire offense, and you just somehow got to get in their way. You just can't whiff on guys. And I thought he did a good job not whiffing. I thought he had a hat on a hat with the guys. He didn't overwhelm guys. He did it later in the game when he started to feel confident. He's a big dude. He can start leaning on you a little bit. But early, just making the contact and having stalemates is an okay thing at times,
I thought Nick Brooks did a very good job in run blocking.
Yes.
I thought he still struggled in pass blocking.
Well, he's kind of a leaner. He's kind of a tall guy that, that first step, you come out of your stance and you're still kind of high. That takes some time.
It takes some time, and it's also, he was brought in as a tackle.
Right, and now you're inside in there with all those people all around you.
Right, so that's a different
how much space in there?
Right, yeah, it's a totally different ball game, and I think it's understandable that it's taking. Obviously, he's been practicing at guard the last few weeks, and maybe dating back to the offseason, but he's a guy who's used to playing one position, and now he's playing something completely different. So, like that, it's going to take him some time. You wish you had more of it, but obviously you're midway through the season, and you got what you got. But, I thought he was very good blocking for the run. His pass blocking grade, remember last week it was 0.0. This week it was 14.7, so still abysmal. But a step in the right direction overall for him.
Yeah, in those tight quarters, it's hard for a big guy in those tight quarters that's used to being out there in space, where he can step out and have all kinds of air out there. Hard to step around in there. Guys all around your feet.
Yeah, sorry about that, Buck. The beauty of Nick Brooks, you can run outside zone with Nick Brooks because he's a really good athlete with good feet.
Yes.
That's why I think the change was made. Connor Stroh, that's a non-starter. Like he's not a good enough athlete to move and run outside zone, which is a huge part of Steve Sarkisian's offense. And it's what worked really well for Trey Wisner on the ground on Saturday.
Yeah.
So you may be sacrificing a little bit. Not that Connor Stroh was a world beater in pass protection, but you may be sacrificing a little bit there. But I think you were allowing yourself to run the offense that you want to run, and you were allowing yourself to just run the football a lot better with
That's a good point.
Nick Brooks out there over Connor Stroh. And I didn't think Nick Brooks was the worst offensive lineman. I thought Cole Hudson was the worst offensive lineman for Texas on Saturday. I thought he was horrible. He was olaying guys left and right. Like that was a disappointing performance by a year 4 player who's been a part of Texas OU before. Like, here's my thought on the offensive line, Buck. They did enough. They wore down Oklahoma in the second half, which was great to see. They also allowed 25 pressures and 12 tackles for a loss, both of which are way too many. If Texas's offensive line allows that against Kentucky or Mississippi State or Vanderbilt or Arkansas, that will be a serious problem. Now, those numbers aren't great, regardless of who you're playing, but Oklahoma, again, I think they might have the best defensive line in college football. And obviously the offensive line played well enough for Texas to win, but like there's still plenty to clean up front, and it needs to look better against the weaker opponents that you have. Because it was better than Florida. Of course, it was better than Florida, but I still think there's a long way to go for that group.
Well, the first down runs were so much better, BK. They weren't because they weren't 0 yards gained on first down.
I think maybe the biggest difference, that is one of them, but also the penalties, right? They had 0 accepted penalties after the first quarter. They had 8 offensive accepted penalties, I think all by the offensive line last week against Florida.
Yeah.
So it's like part of them being bad has been the penalties. They didn't have a bunch of penalties this week, which was huge.
Yeah, which means they had their positioning was pretty right.
Yeah.
Guys in right position.
Yeah. They were, again, it was better than Florida. I think there's still going to be an issue this year, and the hope is like they're not playing Oklahoma every week, so it looks even better than it did this past Saturday. And I think Steve Sarkisian deserves a lot of credit for the offensive line looking better, because the quick passing game was what Texas changed. Like, he should have changed it before Florida. He should have known, like you said, during the bye week, he should have realized that, no, our offensive line is not very good. They weren't very good against UTEP and San Jose State, so maybe it's going to be a problem. So maybe we need to implement more.
He thought that light was going to turn on once they played now, and that's not how it works.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
He knows that.
I know we talked about this yesterday, so sorry to repeat myself, but the average depth of target for Arch Manning against Florida was 20.3. The average depth of target for Arch Manning's throws against Oklahoma was 4.2. So it was a quick passing game. And Arch Manning was 15 for 15 on throws 5 yards or less. So we were wondering, like, well, we know Arch can throw the deep ball better than Quinn, but can he throw the short and intermediate passes like Quinn did? We learned on Saturday that he can, because he was really, really good at putting the ball exactly where it needed to be on those shorter throws.
For sure.
So that's, again, that can't be a one-off. I expect Texas to take more deep shots moving forward than they did against OU, but like, you can't do what you did against Florida where you are living 20 yards down the field. You don't have the offensive line to hold up for that. You have to keep the short passing game as a big part of what you do. Have to. All right.
Yeah, they got to keep working. They got to keep working that. They still got to work that deep passing game, BK. They still got to let a couple loose.
Yeah, I agree.
But they can't make a living in it.
Yeah, and I think, again, Oklahoma's defense, and maybe other teams will do this too. Maybe they will make Texas dink and dunk their way down the field.
That's fine, because they, you know what they're thinking? They're thinking that they're going to be dumb and they're going to have a penalty here or there that's going to set them behind the chains. So that's why you got to keep playing smart too.
I'm a little surprised. I think Brent Venables just assumed that Texas was going to shoot themselves in the foot.
Right.
Because he didn't really change things in the second half.
No, he didn't. He thought eventually they're going to start holding and everything else.
Yeah. And so I was like, all right. I'm sure Sark was like, okay, let's see. Is he going to drop more guys? Is he going to, blitz more? Is he going to bring more guys into the box? What's going to happen? So then I
thought against those athletes, they're going to have more grabs and reaches and holes in the run game, and they didn't.
Didn't adjust. And Sark, again, to his credit, he didn't get impatient. He was okay with the death by 1,000 cuts offense. And I don't think any Texas fan thought that was going to work going into the game, but it worked because you played better on the line of scrimmage. And most importantly, you didn't play behind the chains with dumb penalties. One more from Sark here on Nick Brooks. I haven't played this one yet. Here is Steve Sarkisian talking about the development of his new left guard.
I think a couple things he's done. He's in the best shape that he's been in since he got here. This guy arrived, he was over 360 pounds. We were in training camp. He was in the 350s. This weekend he was at shade over 330. So he's getting in better shape. He's better conditioned. I think his practice habits, the intent in which he's practicing, he's working at his craft, I think has been helpful. And I think his trust is better. He's playing in between two really, smart players in Trevor and Cole. And if he trusts those guys to make the calls, he's got the ability to go do it. Now, hey, he wasn't perfect Saturday, but he's definitely a heck of a lot better this Saturday than he was a week ago. And so hopefully we can continue on that trajectory.
Yeah, you got to have an attitude. He's got a little bit of an attitude. You got to have that.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Sark's right. That's what you want to see from everybody on the team, but especially with the true freshman. You want to see week-to-week improvement. And
absolutely.
There's no doubt that Nick Brooks was better against Oklahoma and a better defensive line, by the way, than he was against Florida. So tough spot for him. I mean, tough spot both weeks, but basically get inserted into the game at halftime when your team is getting punked at Florida.
You're right.
Versus, all right, you've got a full week. You're the guy. You can prepare. You know where you're going to be. You know who you're going up against, this, that, and the other. I think that helps a little bit too. So there you go. There's some good.
Well, you got to know your team. That's what I'm saying. This guy, eventually, it's going to be, well, I know my team better, or it's going to be at the end of the season when you get a couple more losses. I didn't know them very well. I need to know my team better before the season even starts. I got to know all the weaknesses and the strengths of the individual players. And I think he's still learning that, and just hopefully he'll get that done before it all ends. You know, you come to a point where at the end you go, shit, you lose 4 games. You're going, damn, I didn't know those guys very well. Or you go on and say, you know what, they just got better as the year went on. We got to know each other. So, and that's for the head coach, because he's the guy who he doesn't have a real position. He has all the positions, you know?
Yeah.
So he's the one walking around practices, seeing who does what and drills and everything else. So he's the guy who's got to have that little marker down there marking, he needs to do this a little bit better. Here's what's lacking in him. You know, the head coach, people just think they're either offensive guys or defensive guys, and that's all they look at. They have to know all the positions. They have to know who the running back is. They got to know who the best of the backup quarterbacks is. I mean, if my star running back is banged up, who do I lean on? What am I looking for? You know, what guy does this better than the other thing? You know, can he pass protect? All that crazy stuff that you think the position coach should know. The head guy needs to know all that stuff on everybody. That's hard to do.
2 thoughts on that. I think that's very well said. Number one, I think it's harder to know your team than it's ever been.
For sure.
Because of the transfer portal. Like, you have a very different roster every single year.
Well, yeah, you get to see them from high school on. And then when you're getting guys who are just coming that have been at other places, other experiences, even though they may be experienced, it's hard to get to know those guys.
Right. And thankfully, college football is doing away with the post-spring transfer window.
Yes.
But like, some of these guys on Texas's roster weren't even here for spring ball. So, you know, some guys it's a full off season, some guys it's a half an off season, and all of a sudden you got to know what makes them tick and where do they need to be and this, that, and the other. So it's difficult. But number 2, what you just described right there is, and we haven't seen a lot of this conversation this week because Texas just won, but it's the reason why a lot of Longhorn fans don't want Sark to call the plays anymore on offense. Because, like you said, you've got to know everything that's going on with everybody on your team.
More so now than ever.
Exactly. And it's never been harder with the portal, with NIL, with recruit, with like all this stuff, all of these changes. It's never been harder to be a college football head coach. And then, you know, Sark's still calling the plays on offense, which is not an easy job. So we'll see how he navigates it. Again, not a lot of people criticizing Sark, the play caller, this week because Texas won and the offense looked good. But that right there is a big picture conversation about maybe future changes coming with Longhorn football if this season doesn't turn into the one that we wanted.
So I need to see Coach out there with his big chief pad. You know what I mean?
Big chief pad?
Yeah, big chief. I think there's a pad called Big Chief.
What kind of chiefing?
It's that yellow pad, that big yellow pad.
Yeah.
I need to see him out there writing down what guys do.
Is that what they call it?
And he does. I mean, he goes from if you watch a coach go from, they go from drill to drill, and you always think they're looking at the assistant coach. I always thought that the damn head coach was over there looking at me, worrying about what the hell I was doing. And he really wasn't. He was looking at the player. He was learning what the players were like.
Yeah.
So that he could help you out. They're there head coach is there to help you out, Big Chief tablet. There it is.
That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, Big Chief tablet.
This had to have been, this got canceled, right?
Oh, no. I haven't seen that around. As a matter of fact, I used to hear that said. I never saw that, BK. I've never seen the chief on a tablet. I've always heard about the Big Chief tablet. Yeah. My former partner used to tell me about Big Chief tablet. And I'm like, maybe that's what they call it. But I didn't realize it actually had Big Chief on it.
I have never heard of or seen this in my life.
Where can I get one of those?
The Big Chief tablet. What is this? Just like a notebook?
Yeah, I think it has yellow pages in it, like you would get from one of those tablets that mine's are all white, like this.
Okay. Let me
Mine's are all I use quad pads. I've always used these things as writing. But can we get some of those?
Yeah, it looks like
you can cancel if we had those.
You can buy these on Amazon.
Come on.
Original Big Chief writing tablet, 8x12-inch, 48 sheets for $5.99.
I'm gonna go talk to the boss about ordering me some of those right now.
You too can be offensive when you're taking your notes.
Yeah. How about if I take that to the high school game and I'm writing up in the booth doing Lake Travis games? Am I gonna get canceled?
I don't know. I guess if you have it open, you can't see the Big Chief.
Oh no, you got to show it.
Got to show off the Big Chief, huh?
I may even come in some of his gear.
That's funny. I've never heard of that thing before. The Big Chief
I didn't
writing
realize they
tablet.
put the Chief on there. That's what all the kids at Florida State have.
Also, when you say tablet now, everyone assumes like an iPad or a Surface.
Right.
Tablet back then was like a little notepad.
Yes.
Why is that a tablet?
Who knows?
Big Chief tablet.
Ask the Chief. Look at that thing.
I'll
That
get
thing's classic. That's classic.
We'll get Travis Kelsey on the phone. Actually, we'll get our guy Charles Aminahu on the phone. We'll ask that Chief.
Absolutely. I'm going to go order some of those today.
I'm
going to show how proud I am of my Big Chief tablet.
Amazon.com. They got you covered. Oh, man. Shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Speaking of having you covered, if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job and you need a personal injury attorney, reach out to our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. He's been a friend of mine for over a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, no fees unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is. You don't have to pay a dime unless he gets money in your pocket. HechtLawFirm.com is the website for more info. You can give him a call, 512-938-8929. Let Hurricane Hecht flood your wallets with cash.
Once again, thanks to all our travel partners. We appreciate it, folks. Oh. And as we continue to travel, because we are going to go somewhere, maybe even the Sun Bowl, but we'll need those partners again, and we'll need some of you who've never been partners before. I'd love for you to join us and being partners. Talk about your business.
If Texas is in the Sun Bowl again, do I have to Greyhound out to El Paso?
No. I think they fly there, don't they? Southwest will go there with us.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if we're allowed to play in the Sun Bowl.
No, you got to experience that. Texas fans have been there before. They've experienced El Paso just being from the state. You need to go there for a bowl trip. It's kind of cool.
We can't. I just looked it up. The Sun Bowl is ACC and Pac-12. Well, there is no Pac-12 anymore. So what does that mean?
What if their teams aren't good enough to go? What if they're both? I was
going to say.
And both of them right now are struggling. Oregon State is horrible.
They are bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what.
They got to have somebody.
They got to have somebody. Maybe it's Big 12 instead. Who knows? I do not want to go to the Sun Bowl. I don't even like looking this up. Why are we doing this?
Come on. You don't like El Paso?
It's not El Paso. I just don't want to be playing in the Sun Bowl. Or I don't want to be – I'm not playing in any bowl. I don't want to be covering a team that's playing in the Sun Bowl. I'd much rather be at a college football playoff game, you know?
Well, let's go.
Can we get that instead, please?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. All right, Monday Night Football last night, Buck. You were 1-1 on your Gold Star lock, so no gain, no loss for you.
The Bears still suck.
The Bears won.
I know. They still suck.
They suck because they lost you some money. I see where your head's at. That was a very entertaining game last night.
It was.
Game-winning field goal for Jake Moody, the new Bears kicker, who was elevated from the practice squad yesterday. Jaden Daniels, yikes. I mean, the Commies had that game in the bag. They've got a 3rd and 1 at the Bears' 40-yard line. If they pick up this first down, the chances of the Bears winning this game are almost zero. And on the exchange, on the handoff, I think it was a zone read, but Jaden Daniels just bobbled it. Ball hits the turf. Bears recover. And then they move down.
He had a couple bobbles yesterday and just handoffs. His hands were a little funny last night. He hit one right off his leg.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little CJ Stroud here too in Jaden Daniels right now.
A little bit, I would agree.
He did a lot of good things yesterday, but the turnover bug is starting to hit him a little bit, and that was obviously a very, very costly one. Cost this team a football game. One interception, a couple of fumbles for Jaden Daniels last night. Not great. And then how about Bijan Robinson, Buck?
Wow.
The Falcons handing the Bills their second consecutive loss. Bijan, the story, 19 carries, 170 rushing yards. He also had 6 catches for 58 receiving yards. And he had that highlight reel 81-yard touchdown run, the longest rushing touchdown for any player in the NFL so far this season.
That's a hell of a run down on the sideline, staying in bounds at the end.
Yeah, I mean, he is so freaking good. Like, I get so mad when Tyler Algier gets snaps. And Tyler Algier's not bad. He's just not Bijan.
No, he's
And
not that sudden like that. He's a power guy.
And I get it. Like, every team has 2 running backs, and it's not like the old days where one guy's got to get 30, 35 carries and that's it. But I mean, Bijan 19 carries for 170 yards. Tyler Algier 10 carries for 32 yards.
He got 5 too many.
I agree. Bijan just a difference maker. He's maybe the most talented player in the NFL, and he showed it last night. Always love when he and any Longhorn like shows out in prime time when everybody's watching. That was obviously the case last night for Bijan against a very good Buffalo Bills team. He damn near single-handedly won that game for them last night.
The Bills are struggling right now.
Yeah, Bills have lost 2 in a row after their 4-0 starts. I thought they could overcome this, and maybe they can. Every team goes through lulls, but they don't have enough weapons on the outside.
No.
So trade deadline, I think a month away. Like, I don't know if there's going to be a difference-making receiver out there, but they got to try to find somebody, because outside of, they got good tight ends. I think Shakir's pretty good, but like outside,
I think they should go ahead and ask for Tolbert from the Cowboys.
Jalen Tolbert. I don't know if he's much better or any better than the guys.
He's not. I'm just being, no, he's not.
CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are a lot better, but the Cowboys ain't trading those dudes. Although, George Pickens is without a contract beyond this year. If the Cowboys really start to fall apart, do they? I don't think they will. I think they like Pickens too much, and the Cowboys aren't smart enough to think ahead. So
you mean like getting ready for him for the following year when CD's back?
Yeah, they'll either.
No, they're not smart. No, they want to have some controversy in there.
Yeah, well, like they should have probably already paid George Pickens, but they should, if they're going to keep him, they should pay him, and if they're not going to keep him, they should trade him at the deadline instead of letting him walk for nothing in free agency. And I just have a hunch that that's what's going to end up happening.
No, don't even tell me that's going to happen. That's not. They're going to pay him. They need a healthy CD with him and the way Dak is playing. Now they're okay. Now they can get some things going. They're not going to play games with this guy. They play games with everybody, don't they?
I know. That's my fear. So we'll see.
I mean, George Pickens the guy's even actually catching regular passes.
George Pickens is awesome. He's been great. And CD's coming back in, hopefully a week or two. And I mean, the Cowboys offense is awesome. That ain't the problem. Cowboys need defense, and there's nothing they can do this season to fix it. And it sucks because Dak's playing like an MVP level, but you got to have, or playing at an MVP level, but you got to have team success to be in that conversation. And the Cowboys aren't going to have a lot of team success because they can't stop anybody.
Oh, they're going to give up 30 every game.
It feels that way. I mean, you give up 30 to Carolina, it feels like you can give up 30 to anybody. Yeah. I mean, they gave up 22 to the Jets. I know most of that was garbage time, but like damn, the Jets, Justin Fields threw for like 10 yards last week.
10 yards in London.
Terrible. Major League Baseball, the Seattle Mariners break up the Mariners, Buck. They go to Toronto and win both road games in the best of 7 ALCS. Last night's game 2, a beatdown, 10-3, the final. 3 Mariners home runs. Julio Rodriguez hit one at the top of the first, and that was just the start of a beatdown for Seattle. How about this stat? Good news for the M's. Teams winning both games 1 and 2 on the road have gone on to win the series 24 out of 27 times.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's a good stat.
And the next 3 are in Seattle. Remember, it's 2-3-2 in baseball. So they've got 3 games to win 2. If they do that, this series will not go back north of the border. But, man, people thought the Mariners might be out of gas after that 15-inning marathon they needed in Game 5 to beat the Tigers.
They take good at-bats, man. They get up to the plate. They connect. They don't strike out a lot.
No, they're on fire right now. And what a game last night. The Dodgers holding off the Brewers. Game 1 of the NLCS, 2-1 the final. Game was 1-0.
I only had to explain that double play like 25 times. Even though I kept seeing it, I still didn't get it.
A day later, I still don't get it.
I'm pretending like I do get it now, but I don't.
That is one of the most insane baseball plays you will ever see.
So that's not a catch then.
Forget that it happened in the NLCS. Like that happens in a regular season game. It's one of the most insane things you'll ever see. No, it's not a catch. Like as soon as the ball hits the wall, it's a live ball. So we can't play video, unfortunately. I think a lot of y'all already know the play that Bucky is referencing here.
So it hits the glove, hits the wall. As soon as it hits the glove and then it hits the wall, you don't get to catch that again as a.
No. Once it hits the wall, it's like it hit the ground, right? It's the same thing. So Dodgers have the bases loaded with one out, like what, fourth or fifth inning, 0-0 game at the time. And Max Muncy drills one to deep center field. And Sal Frelick, the center fielder for the Brewers, like goes up to try to make an incredible catch. It hits off the inside of his glove, hits the wall, and then goes back to Frelick's glove.
Lands in his hand while he's on the ground.
So all of the Dodgers base runners are like, what the hell? Is that a catch? Is it not a catch? So the guy on third goes back to tag up. He gets thrown out at home plate. It's a force play at home plate.
Right.
It's basically just like a ground ball. So he's out. And then all the other base runners, who's on first, what's on second? The guy on second doesn't run to third because he thinks the ball is caught. So he's going back to second base.
The freaking catcher runs all the way. I love when the catcher goes down.
Runs all the way to third, and he gets the force out there too. You have to win that game if you're the Brewers.
Yes.
You get that kind of luck, and that is pure luck right there. You get that kind of luck to happen, you have to find a way to win. And they lost 2-1. And oh my God, the Brewers, bottom of the ninth. So it was 1-0 going into the ninth. Dodgers get a run on a walk in the top of the ninth. And then the Brewers load the bases with 2 outs in the ninth. It's a 2-1 game at this point. And Bryce Terang is the batter. The Dodgers pitcher, Blake Treinen, throws one so far inside. Like he had to jump out of the way. If he lets it hit him, game's tied. And it's like reactionary. You can't think that fast. You don't want to get hit by a fastball, so he jumps out of the way. But he lets it hit him. The game's tied. Instead, he doesn't, and he ends up striking out like 2 pitches later. So Brew Crew had their chances yesterday, but they let it slip away. Got to wear it. All right. Last but not least, we'll get to the Florida man story tomorrow, but we've got some exclusive audio. We played the James Franklin sound earlier. We can bring on Double R for this, and we'll bring on Wags here in a moment. But we got 2 more bits of sound from the football weekend. Buck, we talked about Justin Fields and his 45-yard passing day in London for the Jets. Here is Justin Fields following his team's loss to the Denver Broncos.
We're the worst team in football, but at least our coach did that super cool dance on the sideline. His headset isn't even real. He's just listening to New Edition and Jodeci. I had more black defensive linemen laying on me than a Kardashian. If the NFL wants to grow the game, having the Jets play is a terrible idea. This game was more boring than soccer, which is hard to do. I saw more sacks today than Joy Taylor at a Fox Sports executive retreat. Aaron Glenn chose me over Aaron Rodgers, so, he's a dumbass. And only one of those 2 guys was on mushrooms at the time. I don't really like throwing the ball. I prefer to stand back there and just look around. I'm the Black Taysom Hill. I'm an Ohio State quarterback, so I'm destined to be a disappointment. Coach Glenn is the worst coach I've ever known, and I played for Matt Eberflus. Instead of preparing for the game, Coach Glenn just kept on asking what kind of dye Ryan Day uses and said he wanted some for his villain goatee.
Hey, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is he didn't have dye on Sunday because it rains there all the time when they have those games over there.
That's true.
Yeah. Can we ever have a good game over there? I mean, it's like every game that's there, it's shitty and slow paced and
it's too damn early in the morning here.
Yeah.
Well, we're never going to have a good game there because it's always the Jets or the Browns or the Jags playing over there.
Right. Yeah.
Are the Jags going back again?
They were already there. They're probably going back again. They got another one of those next week?
Yes.
Oh, is there another one? Jeez, Louise, there's one like every week.
Yeah.
Let's see. This weekend we have Rams Jags in London.
Jags are back.
That should be all right. They're good. That could be a decent game. Couple of 4-2 teams. Rams are good.
Well,
but Jets, no shot.
By the way, the Jags are not good, Rodney. They're not. That's just a fake out deal.
You seen this before, Buck? The Aaron Glenn dance that Justin Fields was talking about?
Oh yeah.
This is going to be on Aaron Glenn's montage when he gets fired after his first year. That'll be the highlight of his season.
After his first year.
It was like when Aaron Rodgers had his first year with the Jets and he got hurt on like the first drive, and the only highlight he had was running the American flag out onto the field.
This is going to be Aaron Glenn's after this year.
This is going to be Aaron Glenn's like one moment as the head coach of the New York Jets in the game that they lost, celebrating and dancing like this.
They still don't have a win, do they?
0-6.
Nope.
Wow, they're terrible.
Yeah.
Epic.
You know, that dude's watching everything going on in Detroit, and he's like, man, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
They're going to stay another year. Now you got to take a head coaching job.
Yeah.
You get it. All right. One more, guys.
You're never going to get another one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, probably not. One more here. This is from Jerry Jones as we bring Wags on as well.
Sorry, boys. Dogs were requiring some time today.
Uh-oh.
What does that mean?
Bianca's just getting old. She was very finicky. She didn't want to go. If I don't take her out to pee before the show, she's going to piss in the house.
Oh, all right. Good idea.
We can't have that.
We cannot have that.
This is not Louisiana here. We don't do this.
Because you will get blamed for that no matter what.
Oh yeah, my mama's going to blame me for sure.
Always. All right. Well, here's Jerry Jones, guys. After the Cowboys' last-second loss in Carolina, surprisingly, Rodney's wearing a Cowboys shirt. That's surprising after that embarrassment on Sunday. But surprisingly, Jerry Jones not too upset with the L.
I'm so pissed about this loss, I'm going to snort some dinger pills until my nose bleeds, pick up a lunchtime stripper, and give her the grossest 11 minutes of her life. When Rico Dowdle scored a touchdown, I cheered. Not because I'm happy for him, but because I thought he was still on the Cowboys. I must have been nose deep in a Chili's waitress when we let him go. If people think we'll be better after I die, well, too bad. I'm going to live forever because I drink Johnny Walker, blue and midget piss. It keeps my blood pumping. I'm going to do what I always do after a loss. Go home, eat some hash brown casserole, and run a train on a Walmart greeter with my son, Steven. When I got caught flipping someone off in the press box last week, that was actually directed at Matt Eberflus and whatever dumbass hired him.
It sounds like his voice. He's got to slow up. He's got to put some more pauses in there. And this guy sounds more connected than regular Jerry.
Hey, every time I hear him say those dinger pills, I get
together than real Jerry.
Dude, I heard that last night cutting that up, and I'm almost in tears right now. I was crying laughing.
Steven?
All right, I'm playing that one more time. I'm sorry, I have to.
I'm so pissed about this loss, I'm going to snort some dinger pills until my nose bleeds, pick up a lunchtime stripper, and give her the grossest 11 minutes of her life. When Rico Dowdle scored a touchdown, I cheered. Not because I'm happy for him, but because I thought he was still on the Cowboys. I must have been nose deep in a Chili's waitress when we let him go. If people think we'll be better after I die, well, too bad. I'm going to live forever because I drink Johnny Walker, blue and midget piss. It keeps my blood pumping. I'm going to do what I always do after a loss. Go home, eat some hash brown casserole, and run a train on a Walmart greeter with my son, Steven. When I got caught flipping someone off in the press box last week, that was actually directed at Matt Eberflus and whatever dumbass hired him.
Wow.
And I like how he mispronounces the coordinator's name because that's what he does, Michael.
Yeah. Whatever. I was flipping off whatever dumbass hired him. That's you, Jerry. You're the dumbass that hired him there. Quit drinking your midget piss and your Johnny Walker blue, please.
And he's right. I don't think he's ever going to the eternal place. I think that dude's going to be around forever, right?
This is the eternal place is our eternal place right here.
Don't say that.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, he's staying. He's sticking around.
He's making a purgatory for all
his face in the Jumbotron. That'll be awesome.
I got to tell you guys though, because when the Cowboys were playing that noon game on Sunday, I was actually driving back, and so I listened to the entire game on the radio on the Cowboys network, and where you see the brilliance of Jerry Jones is. I mean, every commercial break, Brad Sham is, Dallas Cowboy football continues in a moment, and boom, they go to commercial. Miller Lite, official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. American Airlines, official whatever airline of the Dallas Cowboys. The casino and inviting you to the Star to stay and be a Cowboy and all that. And it's like, this team sucks. This franchise is unbelievable, though. Just with marketing, it's the biggest thing, man.
That's what they care about.
Winning is irrelevant at this point.
Oh my God, tackling is optional, and winning is
Yes,
irrelevant.
no kidding.
For the 2025 Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
Terrible.
yeah. I think Lake Travis would roll this defense.
Ooh,
Lake
how's
Travis.
LT's offense this year, Buck?
Pretty good. Left-hand quarterback, young guy. Well, not a young guy, but a guy who can fling it from sideline to sideline, doing pretty well. They run the ball pretty well. They play Dripping this week in Dripping because that's their home away from home, and it's a home game for Dripping, so that'll be interesting. Then they'll get to play Westlake at Westlake before it's all said and done.
That's next week. That's a tough back-to-back right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go to that Battle of the Lakes this year.
Yeah. Buck, so who's the fourth team right now? I know last year Austin High kind of messed that all up for Bowie. Who's kind of hanging around there in fourth?
I'll tell you who's playing pretty good. A couple of weeks ago, Bowie got out to 14-0 over Lake Travis and ended up like 56-14. But Bowie's got, Coach Abel in his 77th year.
I was going to say, Coach Abel's still there?
There. Year 77.
It's like officially, though, it's got to be around like 20. This has got to be like.
I think it's like 24, 25.
Okay.
He's doing, they've got a team that will play you hard as long as they can play you, but they got a nice little running game going on right now.
Getting close to Zay's dad for longest tenured Bowie coach.
Oh my goodness.
The great CC. I think CC was there for like 30-something years.
Like three decades, right?
Abels has a way.
Coach Abel's like 28, something like that. He's getting there.
There you go. All right. I like that. Yep. Well, gentlemen, we will.
Hey, let me ask you something, Rodney. I gave my tip for kids in the car line this morning.
Oh boy.
Bad news doesn't get better with age. So don't delay, the painful truth. Make sure you get to somebody and tell them because it's going to make it easier on you. And I was saying mom and dad, and BK was telling the kids, no, don't tell the, hey, it'll go away. Age will make something bad go away. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Don't tell the kids there. He goes, no, don't let your parents find out.
It's I'm going to keep that in mind, Buck, because when I'm done here a little bit later on, I got to go down the street to a doctor's appointment. I was trying to get some medications renewed, and they're like, you need to come in and have a well check.
Oh yeah.
No.
So what's
this
the
one's for
tip?
this?
Are we telling kids to not tell their parents? Is that what we're saying?
No, that's BK's, not me. I'm telling them.
It's okay. Buck's
bad
being
news.
transparent.
Bad
Buck's
news.
saying, tell the kids or tell the parents everything, right?
Yeah, you
Don't
guys
tell 'em.
are.
I just said bad news doesn't get better. Bad news doesn't get better with age. So get it out of the way. If it's your boss, if it's your parents, if it's a friend, you need to go ahead and tell them because it'll make it easier for you.
Just own up to
resolve the problem. You've been in the military. You got to resolve the problem, right, Wags?
Actually, I think you're right. I think it gets worse as you let it go on.
Thank you,
dwell
Wags.
on it.
Right?
You ever
That's
read
not where
that?
BK figures it a different way. They'll never find out.
You guys are parents. You're on the parent side. All right. I'm on the kid side. Don't rat on yourself, kids. Don't snitch on yourself. Just get away with it and don't tell anybody, and it will go away.
You ever thought that your parents already knew?
No, I think if my parents knew, they would have let me know that they knew.
Well, I mean, I was raised by my grandparents, so they were oblivious to what the hell I was doing. But I mean, this shit. She used to say, "This ain't Howard Johnson's." Turn the damn stove off after 8 o'clock.
Johnson.
You know what I mean? Like we could. And I noticed how I said stove, not the microwave. Yeah, I lived with my grandparents, so.
There you go.
You ever read that book called I think it's called Eat the Frog or whatever, to where it's like you're supposed to, whatever's your most daunting task or on your mind, you get it done the first of the day. Get it done, and the rest of the day is gravy train, supposedly.
No, dude, I told on myself all the time. I was horrible at keeping alive. I would squeal myself to my mom because I know she would understand, and she did. I never squealed to my dad. I never squealed on myself to my old man. I was not going to take that because that was not a beating. That was a beat down.
Damn.
I never squealed to that dude. I just kept it, and I thought it would just go away because he was never around. So eventually he never found out. But to my mom, when I would do something, about a week or so would go by, and I said, you know what? This is killing me. I got to tell her. And I'd tell her, and she'd put her arm around me, and everything was cool. You know what I mean? It was like, there's no reason to lie.
Like a learning lesson or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah. She said, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. But you know what? You're going to get by this. I would look at my old man and I'd go, shit, I'm not telling that guy. I said, I'm going to hold that for the next 50 years. I said, that guy's going to be mad. He'll be mad no matter what, you know?
Were you not worried that your mom was going to tell your dad?
No, she was pretty good until that time that she told me that I could run away from home. And I ran away from home to my grandmother's. And then my dad, I could see the station wagon in the rain going up and down the street when I was hiding behind trees. And then that's the time he beat me with that belt and my head was between his legs and he beat my ass so bad. And my mom was like laughing. And I didn't forgive her for like 5 years. I said, you're the one who told me that I could run away. And I said, you tell me I can run away. I run away. My grandmother calls and says, he's over here. They're all in cahoots. I get a beating for running away. I was told I could run away. Now, isn't that wrong?
They're telling you where you're at. They're telling each other where you're at.
Did you leave a note? I'm running away. I'll be at grandma's.
No, they knew where I was going. I didn't know anybody. I mean, if I wasn't at my neighbor's 2 doors down, sitting there, they knew that I was going to go to my grandmother's. She only lived like a mile away. And I'm going hiding behind trees in the rain, you know. I get to her house and she says, you need to go back home. And I'm like, what? I just got here.
Another mile?
Another mile in the rain.
You got any food, Grandma? I just got here. You got any pie?
Yeah. Oh, no. And then that guy got me, man, in a headlock between his legs with a belt and rode me like Secretariat. I mean, I was coming down the freaking, and I was crying. And I'm going to tell you something. I had welts on my back. And my mom was in the foreground, like laughing. She thought it was funny the way I was getting my ass beat because they ran away. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, you told me I could run away, and this is what I get. I mean, I spent the next 5 years not talking to her.
Now that's I don't blame you. The Carline story right there. That's what they need to hear.
So that's what happens.
That's what happens when you tell your mom that you literally just disproved your own tip for kids. Come on,
kids, you got to tell. You got to get it over with, man. Yeah. It won't improve until you tell and get it out of your system.
Get ahead of it. Exactly. Get ahead of it.
That's right.
Bad bit. Right. All right, we've taken up way too much.
All right, boys. See you, boys. Have a great
one.
Sorry, guys. See y'all
later, guy, boys. There they go. Here we are. Man. Double R. Take us around. What's going on today, amigo?
His stories, dude. It's like unbelievable. It's unbelievable listening to him. Hey, y'all don't forget, code to text line 222-9328 already blowing up right here, talking about Jerry Jones and Mike McCall talking about the Westlake Chaparrals. Ooh, Battle of the Lake.
We're going to talk high school football today? Is that what's up? Is that what's on the slate? We're talking high school football?
Yeah, shoot, yeah. We're going down that road.
Well, take me around the bend. Catch me up on the high
school. Dude, I don't
here.
know what's going on in high school football, to be honest with you. Hey, he was talking about when you said about going to grandma's for apple pie. Today's National Dessert Day.
Oh, lemon meringue. I throw lemon meringue pie out there immediately, but if we're going dessert, it's got to be ice cream, like a sorbet, right. Like a sorbet or a sorbet. Yeah. Shit, I don't even know how BK mispronounces it though, but probably sherbet's the go-to for me, right? Yeah. Like especially in my old man age here, as I'm approaching geriatrics. I was probably, no bullshit, not an embellishment. I was probably putting down a half a gallon of sherbet, maybe bi-weekly. No bullshit. Probably even faster than that. Might even have been a week. Like each week we were going through rainbow sherbet and orange sherbet.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's
a lot.
I used
to went to the doctor. The doctor said, hey man, you got to cut that shit out, dude. That's why we've been messing around a little bit, trying to get the levels back down, dude. Went for a couple of months, and more than just a couple of months, Double R. Like we were pounding the sherbet, man. Like, and we would have to add like a little bit of milk, and even though like sherbet's ice, we would add a little bit of milk just to make like the milk icy and whatever. I don't know. I was getting very scientific with it. But anyways, real quick story. just since we're on like stories of moms whooping us and dads whooping us and shit, I stole one. I've stolen once in my life, one time, never stolen again. Yeah. My father lived probably an hour and a half away from me, right? And I had, there were no cell phones, we had smoke signals back then, right?
Thank goodness. Can you imagine if they had cell phones when we were kids?
I'd probably make tracking me a little bit easier, but I remember going to my friend's house, dialing, my grandmom's house and be like, hey, I'm here. This is where I'm at. I'll be home, at 8 or whatever when the lights come on. And that was kind of it. But anyways, There was a carnival where we were at, right? I didn't have any money. I had already spent my money on the band to ride the rides, right? And I had nothing else. But there were sodas lined up all in this trough, right? Like a water cooler, like an ice chest. And I'm sitting here, I'm just looking at them, right? Nobody's looking at them, and I'm thirsty as hell, man. And I want a soda, right? And this is why I always tell my kid, when you think nobody's watching, somebody's watching.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody is watching. So I take the soda, and as I'm about to take a drink from it, take a long swig and just have a nice refreshing break from that hot Maryland sun, swampy sun. I hear this, hey boy. And it stopped me dead in my effing tracks, double R. And I look up, and it is my father. Like, and at this point in my life, I see my dad maybe once every 6 months, right? Like twice a year. Like we see each other, but it ain't that much, right? And I hear, hey boy. And I got fucking goosebumps thinking about this. But yeah, so I look up and there's my dad, and he goes, tell me you didn't just do what I think you just did. And I shook my head. Yeah, I did. And then he gives me an ultimatum, right? And that's, didn't yell at me. We were at, come up to ride the rides with me and see, see me come up from Baltimore and see me in Brunswick, Maryland, small that Burkittsville town, right, where the Blair Witch was. Come up there. And he's just like, all right, I'm gonna give you an ultimatum. We can go home now, and you can be grounded for a week and a half or 2 weeks or whatever it was. No TV, no Nintendo, nothing. All right, you stay at your grandmom's. That's it. And I said, well, what's the other one? He goes, well, you can stay up here. You can be with your friends. We can ride the rides tonight. But when we go home, you're gonna get 5 whoopings with the belt.
Ooh.
And I never had whoopings with the belt before, but I thought, I'm getting bigger as a kid. I'm probably like 10. I think I'm like 10. I'm in second grade. I know that I'm in second grade.
Oh shit, you were little.
I was a little kid. Yeah, I was a little kid. And I elected to take the ass whooping. So we rode rides. Rodney, I even won him like a big Budweiser beer mug. Right. I spent most of my night winning him a mug, thinking that hopefully that would take down the ass whooping a little bit.
Yeah.
It did not. It didn't get me from 5 to 3. Like it got me 5. Like I was getting 5 lashes. Like that's what I got. And my mom was there too. And my mom and dad were never together. Like they were married for like a year, and then they got it. It wasn't even a divorce. It was an annulment because it was just so short of a time together. And my mom never lived at the house either with my grandma. So like I never lived with my parents. I lived with my grandparents. But my mom happened to be in town too, and she was at the house. And my dad's just like, Shelly, you're gonna want to go out of the house because you're not gonna want to hear what's gonna happen. Like, and I remember my mom leaving the house, and she's in tears. She knows that I'm gonna get my ass whooped. And all of a sudden, he tells me to go upstairs first and pick out a belt for my granddad. So I go upstairs and pick out one of my granddad's belt, and I pick out one of these thin little belts thinking it ain't gonna hurt. Right? It's a little thin strap, bro, and it goes across my back the first smack. And I welts immediately, and I'm in tears. I'm bawling my ass off. And the 3 come real fast, right? And then he lets me catch my breath a little bit, and then the 4th one, wham! And then he starts giving me this speech, right? About like, now you know how bad this hurts me to do this to you. And I'm just like, well, it hurts me pretty damn bad right now, right? And he goes, now this one's going to be really hard, right? Now if you put your hands back like you did on the 4th one, I'm going to give you another one. And I mean, I put my hands up on the damn fridge, dude, and he let it rip. And it felt like the Thor's hammer hitting me. It felt like Mjolnir hitting me, man. It was hard. It was rough, dude. And he goes, "You took it like a man." And I might have been 10. You took it like a man. And you know what? You're not grounded. You can go up and play Nintendo. I come back down. My grandparents are home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I did something. I took something like out of the cupboard. And she goes, "What'd I tell you about stealing, boy?" And my dad just looks up and shouts. He goes, "That was God's words right there, young man." Because my grandmom didn't know about the situation. She didn't even know that I had stolen anything or whatever. But yeah, sorry for the long story. It just, we were talking about parents and getting your ass whooped, and it sent me down a thing. So tips for kids: don't steal. Right? It's pretty simple. Don't steal, man. But yeah, I ain't never it set me down a damn hole, dude. Like it did a number on me. I didn't steal a thing that since ever.
That's one of those things. So it's funny where you say that, because it was like in junior high. I think I've talked about, we had a principal back then, to where when you got in trouble, you would have to explain, like, if you had
Sorry, Troy, you can come on here and tell the stories. My bad.
Like if you had to stay after school, if you were in detention or whatever they call it after school, you'd always have to explain that. If you didn't have football practice, you didn't have baseball practice. Oh, I got to stay after school. I'm going to tutoring. You try to lie your way out of it, because, so your folks don't know you're in trouble. And they always gave you that option where it's like, or you can take the smacks, as they called them.
Smacks?
Smacks with a
gotcha.
paddle, getting licks. Back in the old days, you want to take the licks instead. And it's like, what are you licking on me? But it was like you would take the smacks, and it's like, you just get your ass paddled. And there was only one time, I think, that I got the belt from my dad. And I think it killed him worse than it killed me.
That's what they say, but that's bullshit. It hurts like hell, man.
Yeah, it does, man. It really does.
I only needed one belt, or one belt whooping one time, man. That's it. But yeah, don't steal, kids. Tip for kids, I guess. There you go.
Isn't that the thing? Back in those days, you learn really damn fast. And it just takes one shot.
It taught me too that, like, it was unnecessary, right? Like I would have learned my lesson without the fucking lashes. Like, I really would have, but I mean, I learned it pretty quick. So I don't know. And I guess from that moment, I've never once put a belt or a hand on my, like, I slapped Reed's ass one time when he was 3, but I cupped it to where it made a sound more than it actually hurt him. So it just went or something like that. And he looked back at me. He didn't even look like it affected him. He's just like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
But I mean, that was it. But still, usually, like, strong affirmation, that usually helps with teaching kids, or at least it did with ours. Now to each their own, right? No more parent advice, or we'll get Troy on here talking about everything.
The only time that I whipped my daughter's ass was she was probably about 5. She's about 5 years old, and we were riding somewhere, and she was, tired, cranky, misbehaving or whatever, and she kind of reached and she slapped the shit out of me. I don't think she
out of you, she hit you.
Yeah, she was kind of,
see, but you corrected violence with violence, though. Now,
I know
it
was, and
I'm no therapist or anything, but
she didn't mean to do it, Wags. But it's like, boom, just slap me hard, little hand too, little bitty girl hand. So it's like, oh, and just instinctively, I like swatted her on the ass. And my aunt, who was, my mom essentially growing up, was with us, and she's like, "Oh, mijo, you can't do that." And I'm like, "Oh, y'all would do that to me?"
Well, mijo, guess what?
Yeah.
The Bills got swatted on the ass last night.
Oh,
the
man.
Atlanta Falcons swatting the Buffalo Bills on the ass last night, my guy. And Bijan Robinson, Bijan, say it however you want to say it. Just sprinkle it with a little bit of that mustard, baby. My goodness, was he on fire last night. Pulled me from the depths of hell in fantasy. I was down 32 points. My guy got me 37. 37 alone from Bijan Robinson. He was putting on a display with his hands, with the wheels, with the blocking, the full package right there. It's why he is, in my opinion, and again, I'm not just saying it because, I'm drinking a burnt orange Kool-Aid. He is one of one. I know there is a lot of awesome backs in this league, but he is one of one. When he is able to showcase his ability and you see what he is able to do, my God, it's almost like they've been and even last night, Algier was taking some reps off of him too, right?
Yeah,
like
he
it was
was.
his night, and Algier was still getting reps.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
If he had the leashes removed from this guy, he could be something special like this week in and week out, man. But at least you got to see a little bit on display for Monday Night Football. Your thoughts, Rodney?
Can you think about this guy? And I was thinking about this last night, to where if Bijan was in a different system other than Atlanta, because Atlanta seems to be one of those teams where it's like you're shuffling in coaches and coordinators and doing all these different things, to where there was some cohesiveness where let's say like if he was in a San Francisco or the Rams or one of these spots, to where it's like right now you're really starting to see folks say, I mean, Bijan Robinson's an amazing football player. He's a total utility football player, is good, the different things that he can do. And that's playing in Atlanta.
I love Jonathan Taylor. Like Jonathan Taylor's having a great, resurgence of a year, right?
Totally.
Can you imagine Bijan Robinson in Indianapolis behind that line, behind that dedicated, but behind the conviction of an offensive line?
Yeah. Yeah, that's where.
Or hell, even in Carolina, look at what Dallas doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this dude is tremendous, and I do think he's the MVP. I mean, he really is. But as you're sitting there watching both of these games last night, Wags, this is where you go back. And how great was last night, dude? I had the 4 games all up. You had 2 baseball games, you had 2 football games. I'm kind of getting down with this 2 games on Monday night. I hate to say, I'm a traditional kind of fella.
I'm still not there on Monday Night Football with 2 games. I still like the 1 game, the solo game. But yeah, it was cool last night to have the 2 games on the football screen and then the 2 games on the baseball screen. That was pretty cool. And we'll get into the baseball too here. Wild scene, in postseason baseball last night. We'll talk about that. But yeah, Monday Night Football absolutely dominated, or at least I was looking left, and I had the baseball on the right, and I had the football on the left here. But my eyes were mostly focused left, and it was the Bijan Robinson show for me, man.
Unbelievable.
It's still full, and also like we got to give our flowers to Penix too, right? Like we've been giving Penix a lot of shit, and rightfully so, right? It's been bad, and London has been underperforming, but London showed up last night as well. Falcons just looked like they found something that clicked last night on offense, right? Started being, I won't say that it was fully efficient football, but they're starting to find a little bit of their problems out, or it looks like they're figuring out a little bit of their problems. And against, I'd say a formidable defense too, right? Like the Bills are no slapstick defense. Like this is a team that's contending for the AFC Championship, or should be contending for the AFC Championship, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where it goes back to where the NFL is so week to week right now, to where it's
you talked about the parity yesterday.
Yeah,
you did.
Right? And it's like, because Buffalo was the one team that, and again, this is only 1 loss, but I really thought that Buffalo really was the one team where, as the Ravens have kind of fallen off the snide, and Denver's kind of getting to where we thought they were going to be, Pittsburgh is really the one that's kind of stayed solid. Where they haven't really had that bump in the road to this point. But dude, look at the South.
Quietly too. Pittsburgh 1 loss quietly, right?
Yeah,
like
very, very quiet.
The ancient dinosaur Aaron Rodgers led Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah. He's doing they in Seattle. It's like, I know Seattle has 2 losses, but they're just kind of quietly just winning games. But I mean, look at the South right now.
Seattle looks good.
They do, man. They really do.
More importantly, like it's mono man. Like Sam Darnold looks pretty good. Like for all the people that were out there questioning his ability to throw the rock, I think those things are. I'm hoping he silenced you a little bit, or he's answered your questions. Right? Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's come on to be a top tier wide receiver. Or if he wasn't a top tier wide receiver, he's starting to grow into those shoes. I was worried. I thought there would be natural regression or natural just step back with that team without DK Metcalf. Lockett's kind of, I wouldn't say descending or going into retirement land, but he clearly there's a couple of steps are missing off of Lockett, right? But no, you add Cooper Kupp in there, he's able to get in there and
great production still
and thrash the hash marks, and you're seeing AJ Barner come around too. Walker's a solid, piece coming out of the backfield. I think, and their defense too. Again, it's not the Legion of Boom like it was, a couple of years or 10 years ago, but that defense is pretty damn solid, man. Man, the I know the West you want to give to the Rams, but the West could be rivaled here by the Seattle Seahawks this year. I mean, this could be their division this year.
And you look at the South. I mean, the Buccaneers at 5-1, the Falcons at 3-2, and the Panthers at 3-3. I mean, that's a hell of a lot tighter than I thought it was going to be, because with that parity, you're having these teams like the Panthers beating Dallas and the Falcons, winning last night over Buffalo, to where they're going to sneak up and win these games. But in the NFC, to me, I mean, other than Dak, and I think because Dak has just been brilliant, like we talked about with Nick yesterday.
Dallas has the number one I would say Dallas has the top offense.
Yeah, I think so
in the NFL, right? Like they're doing it without CeeDee Lamb. So my question to you, real quick, with CeeDee Lamb, does Dallas kind of take a step? And I know it sounds like an awful question to ask you, but it's a hypothetical, or it's something that's got me, triggered here. Not triggered, but just going down a rabbit hole. If CeeDee Lamb were to come back, do they still have the same type of production with this offense, or does Dak get singled in on CeeDee Lamb to where it takes off the productivity of the rest of the offense? Because it looks like the distribution of everybody is what's making this offense just thrive, right?
Yeah.
Maybe because there's not enough pressure, or not enough pressure. I misspoke. Maybe because there isn't pressure coming from CeeDee Lamb, and who's to say it was even coming from CeeDee Lamb? But maybe there's no subconscious pressure from Dak to sit here and get CeeDee Lamb the ball, almost every damn play of the drive. Like, maybe that helps with a little bit of productivity. Your thoughts on that? And I'm not trying to be Dr. Wagner here.
I think the biggest benefit that you're going to have when CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are both back on the field, and for everyone that said George Pickens was going to be a distraction, you were wrong. This dude has been ultimate. But it's Jake Ferguson. I think when you get CD back on the field, and Flournoy he's been thrust into that role, and Dak has immense trust in this guy. I mean, there are a lot of times where Dak is checking down to this dude, to 19, and I mean, you're essentially adding another weapon right there. So it will be interesting to see which direction would be the flavor of choice now that Dak and George really seem to be on the dude. George Pickens is playing balls out right
100%.
now.
But ultimately, adding one of the best wide receivers in the league should not make your offense any less of productive, right? Exactly. Like it should, in fact, it should make it even thrive more. I would think. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how that's going to happen when it comes back. Not to be all Dr. Wagner on you today.
No, that's a really good point, because I think the dynamic is going to be to see how these guys handle it, and apparently
it does throw off the dynamic a little bit.
Yeah,
right. Because there's hubris, there's ego with everything, right?
Yep. And apparently CD and George are really close. I mean, apparently it's a great relationship. They don't consider themselves 1A, 1B, none of that. I mean, it's a total understanding. But now when CD comes back, it's going to be different, because Pickens has been showing out to this point.
Sure. Without him. Even then, like, I would say that CD Lamb is your guy that can get you just eat up chunk yardage, right? Like in between the 20s, right? From 20 to 20, that's CD Lamb land. And then, you get inside those 20s, you get in the red zone, it's Fergie land, it's Pickens land, I mean, big red zone threats, clear red zone threats here. Yeah. Like, I think once CD Lamb gets back, there will be something to keep your eye on.
And despite the fact that Dallas, and again, Dallas is still in this, but the schedule's about to get really, really bad. But I mean, Javonte Williams, I mean, I didn't have a lot of faith in that pick right there. I thought it was going to be Jaden Blue, but the running attack is really good. So that's where, but the whole thing is, I mean,
it was almost like a risk with Williams, right? Like
it was.
It was a gamble to see if you could get how he was in his rookie year, and it looks like that's what you're getting. That's the type of Williams that you're getting this year.
It is, but the whole thing with Dallas is you score 27 points, it's not enough to win. You lose by 3. You score 37, you got to go to overtime, and that's the problem there. I mean, the offense.
You know what?
It's going to be a wasted offensive year.
It's almost like they're the Detroit of 2 years ago, where Detroit had to score like 35.
Yeah. But it's like, I think Carolina only punted twice the other day. And it's like they were pinned down in their own. I think the one drive started at the 7, they punted. One drive started at the 13 or the 14, and they had to punt. And that was, I mean, the Cowboys, it's just in the secondary, like you said the other day, when you're having to cover somebody for 4 or 5 seconds, they're going to find a way to get.
That's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, but kind of work. So the thing is, Dak is doing what Dak's doing. But the other thing about it is, you look at these quarterbacks in the NFC. You mentioned Darnold and Baker Mayfield to me right now are the most solid quarterbacks in the NFL or in the NFC. Because, Jaden Daniels last night makes a late mistake there. And again, a surprise there.
Don't consider the weather too, right? Like that put a damper on things. And I get it. They're pros. I understand that they're pros. But yeah, that's just some uncharacteristic, uncommon play from them for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, it is what the NFL is right now. And you had the two underdogs winning last night. And hey, man, I love it.
Big time too, man. Hey, we'll get to this Bears Commanders game in just a second. Let me tell you about my friend Hurricane Hecht here. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. Ryan's Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire, pride, and passion to the courtroom. You're injured in a car accident. You spent too much time around an Oklahoma Sooner. You got a dog bite. Well, you just got to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, but compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the court case wide open. Get the Hurricane Hecht or call Hurricane Hecht today, 512-938-8929. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Hit him at his email at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Again, that's ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. HECHT, hechtlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. And it is Tuesday night after that doubleheader. Oh, there's baseball and all that. I tell you what, I'm going to check out tonight. I'm going to check out some Dallas Stars hockey. Dallas Stars hockey tonight taking on, I think it's the Wild at the AAC. And I'll be doing that on my Tom McKay audio-visual consultation system. Tom McKay and Wags are two dudes why I'm going to be very invested in NHL hockey this year. Here's a word from AVC, Talking Hockey.
This is The Kid with Audio-Visual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audio-Visual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us, too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audio-Visual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
There it is, audiovisualconsultations.com. Check them out today, 255-8678. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? It's one stop. It's Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at Covert Bee Cave online at covertbeecave.com. McCall Custom Homes, our man Mike McCall. We build value into your home. That's not just a tagline, friends. That is the absolute stone cold truth that they will do that for you. Our master bathroom renovation has added a ton of value into it. I posted some pictures online. Gone is the linoleum floors. Gone is the cultured marble countertops. Gone is the jacuzzi tub that hadn't been used in so long. It had all kind of plumbing leaks down there that we had no idea about, that the McCall Custom Homes team found for us. That's the thing. You got the project that needs to be done. They're going to find other things that you probably had no idea are going to happen right there, and they're going to give you options to take care of that. That's why they've been doing this for over 4 decades. Father and son team, 40 years plus, serving Central Texans and maybe even outside of Central Texas. Looking for a new build, they'll take care of that for you as well. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Call or text our man Mike for a free estimate on your project. 512-633-9580. Take your vision, key it in with their vision, and you come up with greatness. 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home.
Hey, real quick, Double R, I know you got some other stuff you wanted to get to, and we kind of touched on this yesterday with the James Franklin firing.
Yeah.
But more speculation, and we brought up coaches that could kind of take that position at Penn State, right? We looked into a few coaches that would be maybe primed for the picking. One of the first coaches that came to my mind was Matt Rule, right? And then we looked up his contract status. He's under contract with Nebraska until 2030. The buyout is $56 million for that one as well. And there's rumors, and now this morning there's rumors surfacing, and naturally, right? Like I think it's not just us here. It's everybody that is, got a little bit of a pulse for football would think that Matt Rule would kind of be a decent fit up there. I'm pretty sure he's an East Coast guy. Don't quote me on that, of course. Like of course, you're talking to a guy that thought Cam Scatterbo was from New Jersey, but apparently Cam Scatterbo is from the West Coast. But I felt like Matt Rule, he was with the Giants for a long time. That's where he learned a lot of the position coaches too. So again, I just thought maybe he had ties to the East Coast. Saying that, and with all this, throwing this flirtatious of a notion that Matt Rule is going to Penn State, like does and I know that they probably have that money, right? But do they want to throw, what would it be, $112 million just in buyouts to even get the coach there? Right? That's what you're calculating too, are you not?
Yeah, because you just went
you just bought out your coach for $56 million. Now you're gonna have to buy out, and if you do want Matt Rule, you're gonna have to buy Matt Rule out for $56 million at Nebraska just to get him there to even start talking about a contract with Matt Rule.
And in my opinion, this is where this gets so hard, because I think that the knock on Matt Rule is going to be, and I do, I like I mentioned yesterday on that list, I think he's one of the three guys that
he loves Nebraska, but he loves Lincoln, right?
Yeah,
Of course.
So I would think that maybe some of the Penn State faithful, the knock is going to be, well, he hasn't won, he hasn't had that splash, big win, but it's hard to do that in some of the places that he's been. And, does he want to make that? Definitely not a lateral move.
I thought he brought the program up at Baylor.
He has built every program. Yeah. You look at what he's done. Nebraska, you don't want to call him.
Nebraska turnaround. You have to say Nebraska turnaround as well.
Yeah. They've been irrelevant since Tom Osborne, it seems like. And now you've got that going in the right direction. So I think that would be
a huge buyout just to talk about contract.
Yeah. That's a lot of money. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's because you got to buy the dude out. So this is about to be a huge, and like you said, Penn State has that money. This is one of those programs where if you're, and I think Matt Rule, I think I even saw on the Athletic this morning that, he didn't even nix that he's not he's not interested.
Yeah, he's not even thinking about he's all about Nebraska. He's all about the red.
So I haven't heard any other names that have popped up. Kurt Cignetti. Oregon State. I don't think we talked about this yesterday. They got rid of Trent Bray. 0-7. So these jobs are just really starting to open up. Again, not comparing Oregon State to Penn State, but you want to talk about a coaching carousel that's really about to embark, and a small amount of really good coaches that you can dip into. But yeah, it's going to have to be a Matt Rule or Kurt Cignetti or one of those things, because Penn State's not chasing these guys that are on the cusp of being great. You know what I mean? Like some of these other jobs that we hear about. So yeah, we'll see. But that's a lot of money.
I don't know, CB. I'll say that they didn't cheap shot him enough. I'm kidding, buddy. I'm kidding. I'm here for all the teams to win. That's what I'm rooting for. I just want both teams to have fun. That's all.
Yeah.
We were definitely pulling for the Terps in that one.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go next, amigo?
Hey, we got to tell CB happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, CB. What are you, 5001?
Yeah, really.
What version? What version are we on? I guess what cycle? That's what we should say. What cycle is CB on this time?
Yeah. He wanted
those of you guys that don't know, CB is a robot. We all know that. Who is that?
He wanted an athlete.
What are you doing, to.
How about
we get on a sports topic and then you distract. This is why we started losing athlete of the week, is because it was distracting. It would dominate the conversation all damn day.
See, this is for CB. We didn't put candles on
Don't blame this on CB. It's his birthday. This is you. You push the button. This is you.
No, I know, but this is Alana Blanchard, surfer. So there you go.
Okay.
Athlete of the week for CB. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, CB. Did CB specifically bring this woman up to us? This athlete up to us?
He requested. So you know, when CB does all the great, because CB's always feeding us information.
I got you, CB. We love you. It's just it's distracting to me because I like looking at girls. You guys, we all do, right? And it's a sports show. It's a morning show where we talk shit in sports. Okay. You know, I like talking athletes, but they usually dominate once it gets rolled out here, right? Like it's just hard for us heathens to come back to the sports and reel it back in.
Yeah. 43 years old, 43 years young, he says. I don't believe that. The
43 years young,
he's like
right?
843 years old.
Where do you want to go next, amigo?
Hey, man, so Caleb Williams, dude, game manager last night. Look at this class. So remember when we had this class of quarterback, and now it's like Caleb Williams,
Williams is starting to come on. He's starting to grow into the shoes a little bit, right?
He is. This draft class
Bears went out.
Really
they got 3 offensive linemen. You know, in the offseason here, they started shoring up a little bit of the the shield, the protection for Caleb Williams, and it's starting to show out.
I think where a lot of people thought that when Ben Johnson, that coach, not our coach Ben Johnson, went to Chicago, that it was going to be this metamorphosis transformation, if that's even a term, of Caleb Williams into this metamorphosis transition.
Well, metamorphosis is transitioning. So.
Oh, nice. There you go. Of Caleb Williams that was going to become, just this whatever, but what he's become is a damn good game manager in a system that, it's not lights out. It's not like a track meet type of style, but Ben Johnson is finding really good ways to utilize this dude. And I didn't think they'd win that game last night, especially after they blew a double digit lead and they pull some guy out of the stands to kick a field goal. This dude's a game winning field goal. They're like, who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah. And that's it too. Like, to come out and be able, and after he missed one as well, right? To come back out and knock 4 more, and basically, save the game for the Bears, win the game for the Bears. But real quick though, Caleb Williams, everybody can see the sheer ceiling of talent that this guy has, right? Yeah. Like he makes plays, he makes throws, but they're too few and far between, in my opinion, right? And this is a guy like I've invested in him for Fantasy Dynasty as well. And he wows me at times, right? But last night, if he could play like that and almost just keep the game in front of him and not have to go out and make the 30-yard bombs, right? Like the one he threw to Odunze, right? Like that, he didn't have to let that fly, right? He thought that Odunze could make a play on it and almost threw a pick, almost threw an interception, to be honest with you. But again, like there's something about putting the ball up in the air and letting your best receiver make a play. You just can't do it in double coverage. And sometimes he makes boneheaded throws like that. But when he's able to find Loveland or check down to Komet there, like that is brilliant football, right? And get your guys in a one-on-one, let them make a play, and then let the other guys make a mistake. I kind of said this, a little bit about Texas, right? But that does it still translates into the pro ball, right? Like especially in a sloppy weather, like when there's just nasty terrain or mucky terrain, right? It's backyard football at that time, right? It kind of neutralizes the speed for everybody on the field. It makes the speed demons a little bit less speedy, but it also makes the tough mudders a little bit more muddier, right? So in that type of environment, just know what your football situation is. Check it down. You don't have to be bombing it deep, especially when you're getting gusts of winds up to 22 miles per hour last night. Check it down. Let your guys make plays, and that's what he did last night. He's not going to wow you with stats of 3 touchdowns, 300 yards, but the ultimate factor, the win column. That's that's ultimately the best stat that you need, buddy. And that builds confidence. And Caleb Williams looks like he's building confidence.
Yeah, stat line's not going to blow you off the map when you look at what he's doing.
Swift was fantastic too.
He was, man. He was. And I really, I mean, this is I think a great coaching job by Ben Johnson, to where you're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, to where it's like just to try to overhaul your quarterback and do all these different things. He's building little pieces into the game that are giving Caleb Williams that confidence that he so much has lacked, up to this point. But it's been this whole, where you're changing coordinators and changing head coaches all the time. And you had a defensive minded head coach before, and it was just not, I think, with Brian Callahan getting fired yesterday from Tennessee, it's like, okay, Cam Ward is now kind of going to be in that same spot where Caleb Williams was, where it's like
Trevor Lawrence, now Trevor Lawrence had a special situation too with Urban Meyer. Like, that needs to be also with an asterisk there. But Trevor Lawrence went through three systems in 3 years. That's tough to somebody. I can't. There's been more quarterbacks to do that too, but it's been quarterbacks are going to struggle when that happens. Where did Moody? Which is the field goal that Moody missed? I don't have it on the stat sheet here.
I don't remember what that one was. I think
was it in the 50s or in the 40s? I can't. Regardless, it's irrelevant. But anyways, when the last kick, like to win the game, it took a nasty little bite to it, right? Like when he hit it, I thought he hit it too far and pushed it wide, and then it looked like the wind just kind of caught the ass of it and brought it right back. But a wicked spins to it, man. I don't know, wild game. And of course, I love to see when anybody in our division goes down. Commanders went down last night, but Bears, when you can win ugly like that, it's got to be somewhat of a sign. And they needed that. That's a big. I think we all counted them out regardless, right? And that's got to be house money now for the Bears.
Yeah, he missed a 48. He missed a 48 and
48.
made the.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
And made the 38 in the conditions. And I mean that's you elevate this dude from the practice squad and you throw him out there, and it was another one of those scenarios we saw it a couple of times.
He got picked up like 2 days after he got cut, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like, what game was that? Was it an NFL game or a college game? I think it was NFL, where the dude kicks a winning field goal and he's like introducing himself to the quarterback in the interview.
Oh yeah, I can't remember it either.
Yeah, so it's kicking has been interesting this year too, to where you've got these guys that are kicking these damn. You remember it used to be
a lot of block kicks as well.
Yeah, and it used to be like 50 plus was like a huge.
So
the probability of making that was.
Have you heard Jordan?
Slow.
Have you heard Jordan's take on this?
No.
Jordan thinks that
the ball
is this Jordan. I could be wrong on this. I don't know. I've talked to somebody. There's helium in the ball.
Well,
he thinks that there could, because it's a brand new kicking ball. You know what I mean? It's when they go to kick a field goal, they bring out their own specialized ball. It hasn't been on the field. It wasn't saturated in water last night. That's why it traveled so far. But it also could have been special air.
Let me tell you, that is not far-fetched at all. If anything is in there, it's probably hydrogen, because what we used to do when we raced cars, is you take a racing tire and
but you really think that something's going on?
I wouldn't be surprised. That's a really good point, because you can take a racing tire and put air, like you would in your daily driver. You put air in there and it does whatever it does. We found that if you go in there and you put hydrogen in a racing tire, when you want to talk about your tire growing and the and giving it better durability, better traction, hydrogen works a lot better than air. So it could very well be that there's hydrogen or something else in there. That is a great thought.
3, 2, 1, contact.
Look at that.
You guys remember that show on PBS?
On PBS.
3, 2, 1, talking science?
PBS.
No? Am I the only dork on this show?
No.
That
I remember that.
Shows? God,
dude, I grew up with 4 channels. I grew up with 4 channels.
I grew up with 3. I grew up with 3. Actually, I'm lying. We got one of those boxes later on, and then I was able to get PBS. But
dude, we had CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS. There was no Fox back then.
Contact.
Yeah, we used to have to put and to watch ABC and NBC, you had to put the TV on you. And then turn the other button. You remember that? Like 2 buttons. It's like you put that shit on you, and then it's like clack, 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 clack,
And
24.
you know, dude, that reminds me of. I had an Uncle Tom, and not
Uncle
everybody's
Tom?
got an uncle. I had an Uncle Tom that reminded me just like
say
you.
that
We'd
on
always
here.
be trying to watch sports, and he'd be like, "Oh, put it on USA. Acapulco Heat's on. Baywatch is on.
Silk stockings. That's
Stockings.
That's my jam. Right? That's silk stockings, man. That's Rita. I love me some Rita. And that boss man. Remember the boss man, the sergeant, that skinny ass dude that wore the glasses? I can't remember what that dude's name was. Salente or whatever his name was.
Oh, I remember Gilbert Gottfried on USA too.
Yeah, he was.
I remember Gilbert
He
Gottfried.
came with that blonde woman. What was that blonde girl?
Wasn't that Rita? Didn't you?
No, Rita was the dark-headed girl
Was
that.
that Up All Night? Saturday Up All Night on USA.
No, that girl. What was it? Rhonda Shear. Rhonda Shear. Oh, that and Elvira. Elvira was on there. I saw Elvira.
Yeah, Jake. So I have an Uncle Tom. Yeah. He'd always like clockwork, man. We'd be over my grandmom's for watching the damn ball game and be like, "Hey, man, put it on USA." Or USA, put it on USA. I think Acapulco Heat's on. Just who watches Acapulco Heat, Uncle Tom? Who does that shit?
Yeah, USA was a little risque back in those days. For
I mean, we're talking about the '80s. They showed a bikini, Double R. They showed a bikini.
Well, show tits bouncing, and that was kind of unheard of back in those days. It's like,
yeah. Where are we going? Sports. Back to sports.
Hey, y'all don't forget, somebody actually emailed me or texted me yesterday and was like, hey, is the U.S. Grand Prix this weekend? It is. Formula One is here. They'll be out at COTA. I think they have a sprint race on Saturday and then the U.S. Grand Prix. I've kind of fell off the Formula One bandwagon with so forth and so on. But yeah, my childhood friend's dad would go on the roof and install antennas. Remember that? I've talked about that, like watching Monday Night Baseball and it would get all hazy. Go outside, turn the antenna. Get out there.
What we got on the slate this week for Kentucky here?
I really hope that in that with Texas, what you saw was kind of that transformation we've been waiting for. That what word did I use earlier about transformation? Used a double adjective or whatever it was. I hope that you see that metamorphosis transformation. I hope that we see was last week, to where you come out and you don't come and you don't come out flat and you don't be boring, you don't be slow, and you don't do all the shit that was happening before and revert back to what happened at Florida. I think that this was kind of. Did you see yesterday, Le'Veon Moss for A&M, speaking of teams in the SEC, that dude's going to be out for a little bit. So it's going to be really interesting to see if you can keep that up at night against an inferior opponent. What is that?
You guys are incredible. You guys are sending me messages. Hunter sends me messages with Acapulco Heat on them. There you guys go. Red Shoe Diaries. Yeah, let's get some top 5 USAA channels here and shows. Saturday Up All Night. USA shows.
Yeah, Cinemax, all of those.
That's a different channel. That's a different category. That's Skinemax. That's your softcore porn there, Double R.
Yeah, like Beverly Lynn and all those women, the blonde-headed women, that were doing all that stuff back in those days. Dawn Marie, that was a wrestler.
We didn't get into any baseball last night. The M's are for real, amigo. The Mariners are for real.
They're belting. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the Dodgers were playing possum. I think we got LA and Seattle.
Well, no, it's the trend. It's the trend of the wild card. Remember, the wild card continues to bolster themselves and, kind of insert themselves into the World Series each year. A wild card team seems to do that. That's the trend. And this year it just happened to be those lowly Dodgers that just kind of limped in to the wild card.
Oh yeah, they were done. I think it's going to be really cool if it does end up being the Mariners and the Dodgers, because you're going to have that high priced, whatever, and then you're going to have Seattle with the 21st 21st ranked payroll in Major League Baseball coming in right here. So you're going to have the Junkyard Dogs against Prince Charles and Princess Diana and all those people that for the Dodgers. That'd be a pretty good matchup. But
they can do it. They can do it by committee. They can do it with their arm staff by committee. They can have an ace take you 7 frames. They got the lumber that seems to be alive and awake right now for the postseason tradition here. They just, and again, I know we say there's no momentum in baseball except for maybe the next day starting pitcher, but the Mariners just seem like everything's cooking right now. And I'm with Jake. Like, what is going on? Like, how are they this good? How are they doing this? Like, they almost have to be cheating, but no, just great moves at the turn there for him. And getting Suarez into, like, it just seems like that's been the piece that kind of just connected and made this roster, the solid state that it is right now, dude. M's are playing great. And then, like you mentioned, the Dodgers being able to do what they do last night. You want to talk about the Brewers. I know there was some crazy stuff going on last night, but last night, let's get back into this this Dodgers and Brewers game. Sorry, I just lost the thing and got to pull it up there.
I got to tell you, Wags, I was a little concerned actually with the Mariners coming into the series because, especially with pitching, because of everything that they had to utilize in the series before. I was kind of, I don't know why I kind of thought.
You thought maybe the bullpen got too much work?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that hasn't been the case, and quite frankly, the bullpen hasn't had to be the saving grace at this point because they've just dominated at this point. So yeah, it seems like Seattle, and you mentioned, we talked about that with those moves at the deadline, because remember that's when Houston and Seattle were kind of right there neck and neck, and it's like, okay, who made the better moves? It seemed like Seattle did, but that didn't pay off immediately, but it's paying off when it needs to right now.
Yeah, man. Then last night, I mean, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about Blake Snell last night. Just absolute lights out, just nails. If the Dodgers are going to get their, pitching from their aces like that, and then also with the combination of the lumber, you can just write this thing off. Like it's the World Series is going to the Dodgers. I love seeing what's going down with the Mariners right now, and I think I am cheering for the Mariners because it doesn't look like the Brewers are going to get through. I know it's only one game, right? But I mean, I got a funny feeling that the Dodgers are just taking sail and they're just going to coast through the rest of this postseason until they get to the World Series here.
So do you think, let's say it is Seattle.
Because I was rooting for, I'm cheering for the Brewers, of course.
Yeah. Let's say it is Seattle, or either one, Brewers or whichever one.
I want Brewers Mariners in the World Series. If I get Brewers Mariners in the World Series, I don't care who wins. I really don't. I think I'll root for the Brewers over just I like more players on the Brewers. I think weirdly, I think the Mariners are more blue collar this year than the Brewers. Like Mariners are pieced together. I feel like the Mariners are kind of somewhat homegrown, but they made those
like a Midwest team
turn to kind of get it. And also, like, when's the last time we've seen the Mariners in here? Right, like Griffey Jr. days. Jay Buhner days,
a long time ago. I think both of those teams, it's been over 30 years for either one of them.
I'm pulling for the Brew Crew. Here.
So do you think, because the conversation that's always had when you mention the Dodgers or you mention the Red Sox, Yankees, whoever, insert those teams, is some kind of change in the model that MLB uses to prevent what the Dodgers do and what the Mets do and all that. Do you think that if the Dodgers come out and win another championship with this amazingly high-paid bought team that they have, do you think that maybe some of us that want a little bit of reform with that you want the Dodgers to win, that maybe MLB will go in there and kind of change that model up a little bit?
What reform? What are you talking about?
Changing up to where you can't go out and put some sort of salary cap to where you can't just endlessly spend.
There ain't going to be any salary cap in baseball.
Well, but limit that. Put some kind of cap on it to where, like, what college football has done.
No, I don't think it'll ever change.
Yeah. Well, I know some folks want it to. I don't think it will either, because baseball is very set that this is how we've done business and this is
Look at how long it took them to change the rules. To orchestrate a little bit of the rules or shave a little bit of the rules. So I don't think you'll get any type of change in terms of finances.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of fine asses. Oh, you said finances.
I did say finances. What's up, Jay Guns? How are you, sir?
Good.
Gonna stay on today, Rodney, with Double R there. I know you got a doctor's appointment to get to.
Yeah, guys. I'll let y'all know how that goes.
All right, brother.
How that goes.
You see,
what
do y'all call it? Dr. Jellyfinger?
No, I just got to go.
Think that's what he's getting done.
No, I got to get my crazy pills renewed, man. They got to make sure that I still need them. So that's
hey, real quick though, Jay Guns, I tried to hold out. I waited to the 30-minute mark to use the bathroom, and I got to go again. You see me shaking my legs, I think, a little bit. But Double R, can you stay on just for 2 seconds while I go use the bathroom real quick?
For sure, absolutely.
Sorry, not to announce that to the public, but yeah, that's kind of what goes.
Yep. What you got on your mind today, Jordan?
Hey, it's good. Good Tuesday. Do you know who your Lockhart Lions are playing this week?
Yes. A team that beat somebody 87-0 earlier this year.
Oh, they play Weiss. I thought they already
Weiss.
played Weiss.
No, man. No. Crazy pills are my anxiety medicine is what I'm talking about. I don't really have anxiety. I just take it because they gave it to me. But yeah, Weiss. It's going to be Weiss. That might be a rough one, buddy. that might be a rough one.
Hey, Anderson, they're controlling the district.
Mm-hmm.
Currently in first place. The next 4 games, Bastrop, Cedar Creek. That's a bye week. They got to play at Hayes. They're very beatable. Lockhart, another bye week. And then they got Weiss for the district championship at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, Weiss, they lost A&M Consol, who Anderson beat. That's Weiss's one loss.
Yeah.
If they beat Anderson, do they just flip a coin?
How do they do that now? I think the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. I think it's because I remember like in 25-6A over here, you would always have, and I think they're going down that same path again to where you're going to have a log jam down right around 3 and 4 as to who gets in and who gets. I remember there was one year, Jordan, to where it was Craig Cheshire, Jeff Cheatham, I forget who else. They go to Dragon Stadium like at 1 a.m. on a Saturday morning. And they're like flipping a coin onto who's going to get left out of the playoffs. And I think McNeil got left out, or Stony Point. I don't remember which one it was. But they've kind of defined that up a little bit now on how they get it in, or who gets in, not how they get it in.
Right now, College Station is the 4 seed. So they started off like 0-2, I think.
Yeah. Well,
3. But
yeah. My Lockhart buddies are always texting me stuff, updates. I'm like, I know how y'all are doing. They send us and I'm like, I know how y'all are doing. I've been gone from there a lot of years. I know how you people are doing, and it's not good.
What is it? The head coach, or it's just people? No one really moves to Lockhart. They move out, or what?
Jordan, it's always been. You look at that program the last 15 years, and it's like and this isn't a dish at anybody. This is just a bottom line. When Lockhart plays A&M Consolidated, and when Lockhart plays Weiss, it's just the different caliber of athlete. I mean, you look at these guys; they're the opponents 5 times faster and stronger. I mean, it's a whole different. Lockhart would be a really good 4A team, I think, if they were in a lower classification. But
you guys talking about high school football?
Yeah, back again. It's high school football Tuesday.
Man, I pulled up the Lockhart Wikipedia. This is bad.
Dude.
It's a bunch of politicians and like athletes who played sports before black people were allowed to play.
Yeah.
That's the whole list.
They're
one of their NFL players played for the Cleveland Rams. What do you know?
Yeah. It doesn't say TSU host Ronnie on there, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Well, you need to update that. Maybe I'll jump on there and update.
No,
that.
There's Scott H. Byram, Lily Cahill, John Kyrier, Willie Ellison,
Yeah, that dude was good. Yeah, Willie Ellison was good. He played in the NFL. But it was so Jordan, my senior year, which was prior to 1990, right before, we were 5 wins, 4 losses, and 1 tie. That town, you'd have thought we won the state championship.
You had a tie?
We had a tie. We tied Anderson, ironically. Homecoming, 34-34. My man Larry Simmons, 28-yard field goal. All you got to do is split the uprights, and Lockhart wins the first homecoming in forever. Wide right. Come on, man.
Was that the last time they were over 500?
No, they had a run in the 90s where they were like 8-2. They were really good for a while. They and Bastrop were kind of neck and neck, but it's kind of fallen off the map. They've made the playoffs a couple times in the last decade, but
what was it like getting to suit up versus Night Train Lane? No, you're not.
You know who ran me over in a scrimmage? I do have one claim to fame. Remember Robert Strait? He played at Cuero, and then he played for Baylor. We scrimmaged him, and that dude fucking plowed me right over Ronnie. Ronnie ate the dirt that day. Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, the 4 other notable people from Lockhart on Wikipedia. Billy Grabarkowitz, Major League Baseball player.
Went to school with one of his granddaughters. Yeah.
James McMurdy, Primo Miller, and Robert Schwarz-Strauss.
Don't know them cats. It's good barbecue though. It's good barbecue.
Yeah. There, Lake Travis High School has a better alumni list.
Yeah, I would think
than the town of Lockhart.
Dude, LBJ has a better alumni list than Lockhart.
Oh yeah. Here,
yeah.
Y'all give me a sec. My dog's annoying me.
Yep. All right. I'll stay. Wags. How you doing,
All
buddy?
right. I think you got an appointment to get to though, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm getting a little twitchy too. I kind of got a pee-pee.
All right.
So,
Yeah, Double R's got to get out of there. All right.
Out of here. All right, boys. See y'all later.
The Lone Star Playbook here with Jordan Scruggs and Wags here for today. Filling in for who am I filling in for today?
You know, we don't have a Tuesday guy yet. We're still working on that. Yeah. I don't know, bullpen.
Maybe Wags just does 2 for Tuesdays. Maybe we
Two
check
for
that out. Maybe we see.
I don't mind it. Yeah, top 10 matchup for Lake Travis and Drip should be a good one. I know. I guess
that's this weekend. Yeah, that's this Friday, right?
Yeah. Why did Wags? Do you know why sometimes the usernames look like this and other times they don't?
I do not.
Because I was like, I bet Steven.
I thought that was just
will
on
be
my
there.
end. Like I reset my motherboard yesterday and updated my BIOS, not to get all nerdy on you, but I thought that was on my end and not your end. So I'm glad that it's kind of universal and not just on my end. So
oh yeah. But no, I was just like,
Jordan, can we get back to Acapulco Heat? Jordan, I don't even know if Jordan has an idea of what Acapulco Heat was.
No.
It's one of those Baywatch shows, buddy.
Oh.
You know what Baywatch is, yeah?
Yeah.
So Acapulco Heat was I can't even remember it, right? It's very vague, but Acapulco Heat was like a B list of Baywatch, I guess. Like Acapulco Heat was trying to be Baywatch. That's how I remember it. It could be CJ Parker though.
Lake Travis, Dripping Springs. Oh, okay. I was like, this comment is so random. I didn't know where Hunter was going with that, but now I guess I see the vision. But yeah, Lake Travis Cavs. You know what they say? Everything runs through Lake Travis. Going to Dripping Springs.
Is that what they say? Everything goes through the lake?
That's what they say. Going to play the Tigers. Wags. I think I talked about this earlier in the year, but fun fact. The powers that be at Lake Travis decided the time to do a stadium renovation was in the middle of football season.
What?
So after having 2 home games, Lake Travis is playing the rest of their quote home games at Dripping Springs Stadium. Yeah.
That's so now they're like the rest of the ISD, or I guess there is no other teams in their ISD, right? They have their own ISD.
Yeah, it's a single school district or single high school district.
But all the other, for those of you guys that aren't familiar with Texas football, a lot of other schools have to play under neutral sites and neutral fields. They don't just get their own little kingdom.
Well, yeah, no, Wags, that is a great point. But it says Round Rock ISD instead of the Dripping Springs Tigers.
100%,
and the whole field is like Dripping Springs.
Do you not think it's wild that Round Rock has to play a home game sometimes at the Palace? When
they have the stadium right
there,
else
is hosting a home game in their venue, that's just so odd at Dragon. It's just odd. Let them host the game at Dragon.
Yeah, no, it is true. And whenever Anderson has to go to Nelson Field, but like LBJ or someone's playing at House Park, and like I don't mind them rotating House Park. It's the best
For sure.
coolest awesome
That's like an honor, not an honor, but it's like a benefit, a perk, right? To be able to say that you played at House Park, and just like, I don't know, to take it in and see the city skyline too while you're down there. It's like the oldest venue in Austin, right?
Shit, it's up there with it. But yeah, Lake Travis, they're playing home games in Dripping Springs. They have an away game that is in Dripping Springs on Friday versus Dripping Springs. Who has actually been really good this year. Chase Ames balling. They got the Arizona State commit at receiver.
Drip's undefeated, right?
Believe so, but they have not played Lake Travis or Westlake. They'll obviously play the Cavs on Friday. Cooper Reed is his name, the Arizona State receiver commit. And then they have an O lineman that'll play somewhere Power 4 or FBS named Hudson White Knight, who is a junior. White Knight, a very Dripping Springs name. I don't know. Tigers are good people. Fun fact, Wags.
You have been knighted and crowned. Rise, young stun.
Fun fact, Wags. Dripping Springs and Lake Travis actually used to be one school district. They eventually split. Lake Travis formed their own. And that was the big rivalry out in West Austin for a long time. Like Lake Travis, Westlake, that's the big rivalry now. But I mean, Dripping Springs,
in West, or Lake Travis and Westlake used to be the same, school, right?
No. It was Lake Travis and Dripping Springs.
Oh, no shit.
They were the same school
See,
district.
I had that backwards. All right.
And in the 80s, Lake Travis split and made their own. And that created this huge rivalry that was way more heated than the Lake Travis Westlake rivalry ever was. Like
So
Lake
did
Travis
Lake
and Dripping
Travis-
Springs, they used to have to play the game at a regular season game at a neutral site every year because both teams, that was before turf was a thing everywhere, like at the high school level.
Right.
Both teams had grass fields, and both teams would either light the other team's field on fire, go mudding. They put a bunch of forks in it, yeah, so they always had to move the game to a neutral site for multiple years in a row because Lake Travis and Drip that
high school
heated.
football, man. Y'all, again, dude.
Yeah.
Like we do our pranks up in Maryland, but Texas takes it to a different level. It is ascended to a different level, man. What was I gonna say? Shit, I just lost it. It'll come back to me. Go ahead.
You're good. Okay, so CB said Lance Leopold claimed they got hit or someone threw a pocket knife at their staff or program. Sorry, excuse me. Whenever Kansas was on the field versus Tech, obviously playing Lubbock, you're going to get hit with tortillas. It's what they do. The Big 12 has tried to incorporate a new rule where, after kickoff, if Tech is throwing tortillas, it is a flag. I mean, they're trying to do that everywhere. They just want less and less people throwing shit on the field.
All right.
It puts people on the field.
Delays the game, stalls shit out. Right.
Exactly. So I have not seen a photo of this pocket knife. Some Tech fans post popped up on my Twitter feed, and it was it clearly was something in AI thing created, but or an image created by AI, but it was a tortilla in the shape of a pocket knife.
Okay.
So I'm like, is this what happened? And then I realized it was obviously fake. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like if you're playing in Lubbock and you're the away team, I get it, trying to get flags or make people feel bad for you, but like getting hit with tortillas is a lot different than being Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss and going to Tennessee and they're throwing golf balls and
it's
beer cans at you. It's
right.
a lot different.
Right. Safety tortillas aren't going to poke an eye out, I don't think.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or give a concussion or something. I don't know. There's been some hard. I've had some hard tortillas before.
Yeah. So. Hey, so I mentioned this earlier. Everything runs through Lake Travis, just joking, and I was kind of, I guess, giving a shout out to Joey McGuire, who said the country's going to find out everything runs through Lubbock after they beat Texas in 2021 or 22 when Texas played in Lubbock. The dad of the Texas Tech commit that I have the bet with on them winning or not winning 10 games, I brought this up with him. Joey's quote, everything runs through Lubbock. Apparently in the Texas Tech locker room and in their facility, they have that photo with the caption on it framed and just put up everywhere.
Jesus God.
And like they have like a constant like highlight video loop that
like that's their call to God moment.
That's like 10 or 15 minutes, and that thing like everything runs through Lubbock plays like 4 times an hour.
That's their Tebow moment.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny that they're taking it that seriously. And the last time they played, they gave up 50-something points, and Arch Manning got to have his Texas debut. But hey, everything runs through Lubbock.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Oh, so Jordan, what I was going to ask, when Lake Travis split from Drip, did they do what what Cedar Ridge did to Stony, where they took most of like the prominent athletes, like the better athletes of the ISD, if you will, and then basically formed like a super school or siphoned off a super school, kind of like what Cedar Ridge did, because Cedar Ridge stripped a lot of the main talent from Stony Point.
Yeah, I mean,
it took Stony Point a while to kind of build it back up.
Like whenever they open high schools, it's not like the football coaches are designing the school,
right? Like redistricting the line. No,
now they wish they could, but they do not. That is, the school district. So whenever Lake Travis and Drip split in the 80s, I mean, I couldn't tell you how that worked. I doubt anyone was thinking about it from that point of view, where the most athletes staying, especially at that time. Like Lake Travis, up until the late 90s, early 2000s, was all like golf course retirement people. It's on the lake. It's a bunch of old white people. That's what it was. And I mean, Lake Travis was a 2A school like this century in the last 25 years.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. That community and Dripping Springs too has also grown a bunch. And
so
yes,
I got here
after the split.
I got here in 2012. Well, and it felt like Lake Travis was kind of established at that.
Yeah, they were 5A by then, and they were big enough to where whenever 6A opened, they were in 6A the first year was the thing, because it used to be just 1A through 5A. They created 6A and then made 1A 6-man only. So yeah, fun facts. But I didn't watch any of Monday Night Football last night. Did you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one hell of a show. Where do you want to go first?
I mean, unless there's anything you want to hit on for Monday night, I don't have anything just because I didn't watch the game. But the box score, how about Bijan?
Yeah, did you see Bijan pop off?
I did not, but I just
Bijan. So I was down 37 points, or excuse me, 35 points. I was down 35 points last night, right? Bijan popped off and got me 37 fantasy points just in my league alone. It was on full display. The 88-yard gallop that he had, man, he put on the burners. He showed the strength. He had the yards after the hit too, the balance, being down on the sideline. Everything was on display last night. The hands, and he had a couple of 20-yard. It seemed like he had a few 20-yard gallops as well. He was just great, blocking too, picking up assignments, chipping as well, giving Penix extra time to find, London. It seemed like the Falcons were starting to figure it out just a little bit, but still, like, let's temper expectations. Those of you guys that might have a little bit of ownership with Bijan Robinson in your fantasy, expect regression, right? Or hell, even like just inconsistencies. Even the night that he was having, Algier, still stole totes from him, right? And I get it. Like Algier's, he's a formidable back. He's a pretty decent fantasy back, but when BJ's going off like that, bro, you got to let Robinson just eat. Just let him go, dude. Like he was dabbling the mustard on it and everything, Jordan. It looked great last night. It was on full display.
Where is this coming from?
What's up?
There's sound playing, and I don't know where it's coming from.
Whoa, I can't hear it.
That's weird. There was an invisible ad playing.
Is it God?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to pull up Bijan's high school highlights because that is what
he's out in Arizona. So weirdly, like a girl that I worked with at Spectrum went to school with him, and she's like, as he has presented on television, like he is the same type of character. Like he is just a great guy off the field as he is on the field. Like he was super cool, super gracious in high school as well. Just down to earth dude.
Oh yeah, everybody loves Bijan. So he played at South Point. It's a private school. Arizona is set up like most of the country where their public schools are much better than the private schools. So I mean, he is a legitimate terrorist in Arizona private school football. Look how young he looks too.
Nasty. Well, he still looks young now though.
Well, I meant compared to now, like, and how thin he is. But just watch it's so unfair. And it looks like he's jogging.
It's effortless. It's just effortless, dude. Almost running like Jerry Rice, to where you could put like a glass of wine on his head, right? And it just wouldn't fall off his helmet.
Oh yeah. I mean,
off tackle, off left. Jesus.
Just
he didn't even get top speed there, dude.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, you look at his frame, his body, how much weight he's put on, how much like strength he's added, and he still is moving around.
Look at some of these opponents though. Like that kid didn't belong out there. That kid looks like he's playing Pop Warner. You know what I mean? Like and maybe that's just his ability making him miss, but damn, dude, like some of these guys, where they find?
Yeah. I mean, and it's funny too, because like Bijan never gave two shits about the two in-state Arizona schools. Like almost any top prospect that comes out of that state could care less.
Right.
Kenny Dillingham, he's doing a good job, but like, dude, if you're a 5-star out of the state of Arizona State can't even like sit at the table when it comes time to talk money. They can't. I mean, and that's why Dillingham complains about money like every chance he gets in a press conference. So, hey, gonna be a wild coaching carousel. Could he leave? I don't know. Arizona State not doing as good as they were last year. Obviously lost Scadaboo. They're going to lose Sam Levitt after this year. What does that look like? Especially, Jordan Tyson's going to be gone too. So, going to be very interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to pull up these Bijan highlights.
That's some pretty good highlights there. But again, like I'm looking at the opposition, and it looks like sometimes they're playing Sisters of the Weekend and Scrupulous out there. But
I mean, hey, it is true. It is true.
Bijan can make it. Also could be Bijan making them look like that as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, if y'all have any questions or comments on recruiting or Texas OU, Texas, Kentucky, go ahead. Did a brief glance at the Kentucky roster yesterday. They have 3 state of Texas players on their team. One is Ashton Cozart, who I was blown away by the fact that he's on Kentucky's roster. I kind of forgot he existed. He at one point was in our top 247. He's originally from the state of Washington, moved and went to Flower Mound Marcus, and he played his junior and senior year there. He originally played his sophomore year at like Richland, where Daniel Cruz went, and then Marcus recruited him from there because they're still a running program. They don't really throw the ball. And then he ended up at Marcus because they recruited him, and his recruitment took off from there. But the thing is, he never really was able to do anything besides test really well, do really well at camps. But hey, the pads come on in a game setting, he couldn't offer much outside of a post or running in a straight line. And Oregon took him again, originally a Pacific Northwest kid. They're one of his first offers. They weren't going to tell him no. And he flipped from Oklahoma to Oregon. He actually was the first Oklahoma commit of the Brent Venables era that took a visit elsewhere while still committed. And I mean, he was already flipping, but Oklahoma basically
6'3". He's got some size, right?
Yeah, the problem is that's kind of it. Did not play a snap as a true freshman at Oregon, transferred to SMU, played in like 3 games at SMU last year in garbage time. I think had less than 30 snaps. And then in 6 games, he has not played a snap at Kentucky. I don't know why they took him. Like, if you can't play at SMU, what the hell makes you think he's going to play at Kentucky?
You do at Kentucky, right?
And if you do think he's going to play at Kentucky, that's, more damning on your part that SMU has a more competent roster and construction of their roster.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking on that.
So, yeah. Another guy, Landon Watson. People might remember him. He came out of Hutto years ago. Was like a high 3 or low 4-star edge rusher, I think, in Jade Barron's class, or maybe he was a year younger because he might be out of college by now. But 2021 or 2021 kid, went to TCU, didn't play, transferred to Marshall, spent last year at Marshall opposite of the guy the Falcons drafted. I think his name was Mike Green, the dude who would have been drafted way higher had he not raped someone, but he did.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's why he went in the second round as the guy who led the entire country in sacks last year. Remember the edge rusher out of Marshall?
Yeah.
The NFL media is like, yeah, there's off the field stuff.
because
I didn't know that shit. Oh my God.
He was originally at Virginia Tech and they kicked him out because there's a rape allegation, and then eventually they settled it or something and it was put to bed. Yeah. 99% of the time, whenever someone in the NFL draft starts falling and media says off the field, 99% of the time it is rape or domestic violence.
That's awful.
Because the NFL really does not care that much about, like, they don't care about smoking weed anymore. They don't test for THC. And I mean, very few football players outside of Josh Gordon can handle other things besides,
God, what a shitty
alcohol and weed.
organization, man.
So, but yeah. But anyways, Landon Watson played really well at Marshall, opposite of Mike Green, and then transferred into Kentucky, where he's been at this year. I don't think he's played much. They have one other Texan on their roster, but I'm blanking on him, which it kind of tells you where they are at.
Right.
Pulled it up. If you remember, last year the Longhorns beat the Wildcats 31-14. Kentucky finished 4-8 last year.
Yeah.
You want to guess?
They return 8 on offense, so that give you any type of. I mean, I know our defense is kind of lights out at the moment, right? And we had an anomaly against Florida, but any type of hope for the Wildcats here on the offensive side of the ball?
No, not really. They're a strong running team. They have a young quarterback. I mean, their two best receivers from last year's team, their two best offensive players. One's at Nebraska and one's at LSU. They left.
Yeah, they transferred. Yeah.
And they had a really, really good receivers coach there who was in his first year there last year, Tequil Shorts, but he left and took their same job at Nebraska, which is why Dane Key went from Kentucky to Nebraska. And Tequil Shorts is at Houston before then. He's who recruited and signed Matt Golden over Texas at a high school. And had he had his job back under Willie Fritz, there is a chance Matthew Golden actually never leaves Houston because he left. It wasn't immediately after Dana Holgerson got fired, but he left the day we came out and it was public info that Tequil Shorts would not be retained. So, yeah. But last year they were 4-8. I can't believe it, but their 3 wins, only one was a Power 4 team, and it was number 6 Ole Miss in Oxford. That was Kentucky's first time winning in Oxford since 1972. This year, however, they are 2-3 and 0-3 versus Power 4 teams. Their 2 wins, a 24-16 win over Toledo. They can only beat Toledo by 1 score, and a 48-23 win over Eastern Michigan, who Steven Delgado and I think it's Patrick, their favorite player, plays for Eastern Michigan. There's nothing he could do to stop the Kentucky Mark Stoopses, though. Their 3 losses, a 30-23 loss to number 20 Ole Miss. That was in Lexington. And then a 35-13 loss to South Carolina in Columbia, and a 35-14 loss to Georgia between the hedges and Athens. I'm not quite sure what the line is on this game.
It's 12.5, 12 and a hook.
Yeah, I see it now. The ESPN has Texas 12.5. The total's 42.5. Texas minus 500 on the money line. The matchup predictor, according to ESPN Analytics, says Texas 82.1% chance to win. Kentucky 17.9.
I hate this. I absolutely hate this.
I mean, look, here's the deal. Is Texas going to win by 13 or more?
No.
I think so.
I don't. I think they win by 10. I mean, I think it's a close game, and then they pull it out at the end. I think they give us a heart attack.
I mean, I don't know, man. Kentucky's looked very bad this year.
I rightfully so. They have been atrocious, right? But it's just the inconsistencies that we've had that are just kind of like looming in the back burner for me, or I guess in the back of my mind, man. I want to sit here and say that we come out and dominate, right? But I just feel like Sark. It's that old adage of just playing with your food, or toying or playing with your prey, like your kill. Like I feel like Sark does that a lot. He tries to work on shit in game at times, right? Goes off of the rhythm or goes off of stuff that is working and tries to develop stuff that they might have been struggling on. Because I get it. There's nothing like in-game reps. There's something like in-game rep speed. But still, like, you got to go with what you know. And I talked a little bit about it yesterday, Jordan. Like the perfect thing for me was when, Arch wasn't trying to get, the 30-yard chunk plays through the air. Like he was getting passing yards by dumping it off and checking down to Wisner and letting Wisner, make a play in the open field and making a guy miss, letting Oklahoma put themselves into bad situations, bad positions, and then missing, right? Like that's ultimately what you have to do. Like take what they give you, man. You will have success like that. You don't have to wow us with like 3 touchdowns and 300 yards every game. You'll get those yards if you just take the simple things, do the little things right, and the big things naturally fucking blossom, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good point. I think Texas, they'd be very foolish to not continue the, perimeter passing game. I talked about it all last week. The short to intermediate passing game.
Especially if Kentucky is struggling like this on defense, right, to where they miss open field tackles, do some intermediate routes. Get your athletes in one-on-one situations and let them eat like that. Get some yak.
And I mean, I think in Texas OU, there were still definitely some like downfield play calls. But the thing that I liked about these downfield play calls is whenever everyone is 10 yards past the line of scrimmage, all the receivers and DBs, Sark is having Trey Wisner chip someone before hanging out in the flat for the check down, and then boom. And if it's not Wisner and he's pass blocking, well, then Jack Endries is chipping someone and then finding a spot in the flat to catch the ball.
And that chip has to be the chip is a necessity because of how slow the plays are to develop.
True, and also like, I mean, I think Arch had like 166 or 176 yards. I think he was like 21 of 28 or something like that.
Yeah, he was efficient. Yeah.
He was like 17 of 18 or 15 of 16, something like that.
Lights out.
Whenever there wasn't pressure. Whenever he had a clean pocket, he only had 1 incompletion. And I do think a fair amount of his passes or completions were kind of those checkdowns. But hey, who gives a fuck? It worked. The check down to Trey Wisner on that 3rd and down or that 3rd down, I think it was 3rd and 8 where he made 2 guys miss for like a 14 or 15-yard gain. That was crucial. They went down the field and got points. So continuing to have a safety valve there, whether it's injuries.
Using the safety valve too, though, bro. Like the safety valve, I feel like it's been there. He has not been going through his
versus Florida. They would keep Wisner blocking the entire time or injuries, and they very little would have them chip and then turn around to catch a pass. Most of the time they were full blockers, and the closest person to catch a ball downfield was at least 12 yards down the field. So it's take a sack, throw it out of bounds, or throw a ball where it shouldn't go, and that resulted in an interception and multiple sacks and pressures. So keep the game plan what it is. You don't have to get as intricate, and I think as conservative, and you really just as conservative and short-sighted with where the ball has to go, because they did not want to turn it over to OU. They knew Oklahoma would struggle to get in the end zone and that they're probably not going to win unless they get a defensive or special teams touchdown. So I think Arch Manning, per PFF, I don't think he had a single turnover-worthy throw versus Oklahoma. That was by design. It was on purpose. You don't have to play like that versus Kentucky. You can get looser, but it's still an SEC game on the road at night. It's going to be, easier said than done to win these games.
You ever been out to Kentucky?
No.
Neither have I. But I'm imagining a ruckus environment, I would think.
I mean, shit, they had one for the Ole Miss game after going 4-8 last year, and it was a 2:30 game. And they were crunk. Like, they could show up and be ready at night. I will say though, some of Kentucky is starting to turn on Mark Stoops because, I mean,
what's he 13 years now?
Yeah, but like they've gone like this every year the last 4 years. The A&M's dumbasses tried to hire him, and then they didn't because their fan base reacted the way they did. And then Mark Stoops had to come back and be like, "Yeah, I was never leaving." Like, what are we talking about? And I'm pretty sure they extended him. And since then, he just has not given a shit. Now, part of it, they don't have the funding to consistently recruit with the top half of the SEC or even compete with them.
And I guess, and the funding that they do have is going to their basketball school.
Exactly. Right? So he's at a natural disadvantage. And no one ever grows up dreaming of playing football at the University of Kentucky. That's just what it is. Even kids in the state of Kentucky, unless they're in Lexington, all of them would probably rather prefer to go to Louisville. They pay players more. It's an easier conference, and they have been a better program for any kid who's in high school right now for their entire lifetime. So with Kentucky, he is a buyout north of $40 million. And he is
what was that number? 40?
North of $40 million. And Wags in the last 1.5 seasons, he is 6-11. And pretty sure it's 1-11 versus Power 4 teams.
That's not that good. That's
Yeah.
not that good.
There was a I was texting with a few players on the A&M team that night, and very funny responses. If Mark Stoops, if that plane ever landed in College Station, they legitimately would have lost at least 50 players to the transfer portal. And I know they lost a bunch, and like that 2022 class is pretty much nowhere to be found. But I mean, dude, yeah, a lot of A&M's best players would be at Ohio State, Auburn, TCU, LSU, Oklahoma right now if they hired Mark Stoops. There were deals in kind of handshake deals in place for other schools already. But yeah, that kind of all I got for Texas, Kentucky. I do want to bring up, though, Kentucky, it is a stout defense, but Trey Wisner and the Longhorns, or really it was Wisner and Jaden Blue. If I'm not mistaken, they rushed for more rushing yards in this game last year than they did any of the other 14 or 13 games, however many they played. So if you hop on Prize Picks or Underdog, I have not looked at the lines. I've not placed anything for this weekend, but might be some value in Trey Wisner. Maybe Jarrett Gibson or James Simons on there. I don't know how high their lines would be, but I mean, Texas, they got up early on Kentucky and kind of just ran the shit out of the ball for, the other 3 quarters.
They gave up, I think they gave up 250.
Yeah. So, yeah. And exactly, Derek Vanetta, like the downfield stuff is going to come open. You got to work the short stuff. And it's a lot different than, like, if Texas were to completely change the offense this season to kind of the Oklahoma scheme or similar to that, where I'm not saying they're going to have a 4.1 average depth of target like Arch Manning did versus OU the rest of the year. But if they keep it short, that can like really help them, because the O-line obviously not going to be able to pass protect for super long for the deep passes. But also last year, Texas's problem and why the offense was so bad, by halfway through the year, everyone figured out Quinn Ewers can't throw a ball accurately past 15 yards.
Or run.
Keep
like if you pressure him, like he's going to fold. So
exactly, but we can press these guys 24/7. It helps us defend the run. We can load the box, and we're basically going to have to make their outside receivers make us miss on screens to get loose for an explosive play. That's different now. You cannot keep the safeties up near the line of scrimmage versus Texas in 2025 because Arch Manning can accurately throw downfield. We haven't seen much of it, but it is there. They did not attempt a pass north of, or past 20 yards in the OU game, but he can do that. So, I do think it is very important they keep the short passing game, because you could really break open with the deep pass at a crucial part of the season. I saw
real quick though, Sark's been kind of adamant the past couple of weeks on kind of establishing like an attitude and identity with the offensive line and running the ball. Based off of last year's results too, and we've seen Wisner almost get to the century mark last week. Who else eats this week besides Wisner? You see like a little bit of a sprinkle of Simon or Clark?
Yeah, I mean that's probably the plan of attack going forward, right? Like just stay on the ground as much as possible, not play into the defensive strengths of getting the ball in the air and kind of controlling the clock, right? And just get out of get out Kroger, with a W there. Get out of Kroger. Yeah, they do play in Kroger Field. I mean, look, like CJ Baxter, there's a chance he comes back this week.
Would you play him? I mean, why even fuck with it?
I mean, are you gonna have Wisner have all the carries again?
No, I would let Simon. I've seen some decent things out of Simon, right? And I'm cool with Clark toting the rock too, man.
Yeah, man, it's just the circle of trust with Sark. Like Gibson has the fumbling problem. Christian Clark, when he's played, he's bouncing things outside and there's a hole right in front of
You
him.
can't get trust unless you give it, though, right? It's kind of like credit.
That is a good point. Like I think I can't believe I'm saying this. I would not have said this after seeing them at fall camp. When the pads are on and they're playing in a real setting, James Simon, I think, gives you the most. Like I want to say Gibson, but they clearly do not want to play him. And I don't know how much longer Gibson's going to be at Texas at this rate. Like that isn't really sourced intel.
If it's a liability, you can't put the ball on the ground. You just can't.
Exactly. Yeah. So with them, and I mean, again, Baxter could come back. I don't really want to say anything or speak more confidently than that until we get the Wednesday SEC availability report, but I don't know, man. They need to figure out a way to take the load off of Wisner's shoulders because, like, yes, he needs to have as many carries and as many touches as he did versus Oklahoma for Texas to win. There's no question about that. He's who powered Texas to the win. But they do not need Trey Wisner to have the same, lion's share of carries and touches to beat Kentucky. They just don't. So, but they're going to need to run the ball, and if they get up big, they're going to need to continue running the ball to milk the clock. Are you going to have Wisner have north of 20 touches versus Kentucky a week after Oklahoma, put some nicks and bruises on them? It's going to be interesting. So, because, I mean, look, Kentucky, they're not very talented. Yes, they can beat Texas, and you got to treat every opponent in the SEC with respect, but, I mean, they play hard. They play really hard. That's one thing Mark Stoops' defenses will always do. So, if they can, I would love to see Texas have Wisner stay under 20 touches. Because, I mean,
and then sprinkling out between Simon and Clark. Then, no, I'm with you there. Yeah. Like, I love Baxter. I love what CJ's, especially when CJ doesn't get the ball. Like, his ability to block and pick up, the extra rusher is phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Thing, though, like, I don't want him rushed back to where he comes back on for a play or two, and now he's gone for another 3 weeks. Let the dude come back on, let him heal. I think we have the succession plan in place, and also, like you said, we don't need Wisner getting 25 touches. He just doesn't. Like, keep him in between 17 and 20, and let everybody else sprinkle the rest of it, man.
Yeah, and man, like I would love to see Ryan Niblett. I know it hasn't really worked. He's kind of like this misfit toy that doesn't really fit anywhere. But man, just try it a few more times at actual running back,
right? Or like a slot guy.
Yeah, but like you'd be very dumb to take DeAndre Moore off the field.
I know.
Like he kind of is just good at everything, but like truly elite at nothing. And what a great punt return,
right? Just not like unmatched speed.
Yes, but I would love to see 3 or 4 handoffs or touches out of the backfield. And look, if it's not going to work because some people are just like running back is a natural instinctual position. Running back and linebacker are the most natural instinctual positions. It is very hard to coach vision and other things into players. Right. They have it or they don't. And with Niblett, who went to Aldine Eisenhower, school in the hood, Ike, very poor coaching, very little game plan, scheming, different plays they run. I saw them play Dekaney when Dekaney had, the Texas receiver commit. He ended up at Houston. He's now at A&M. Jonas something. He ended up decommitting from Texas. But they played, and, like, I was blown away at how little Niblett got the ball and, like, how little scheme there was with everything.
So you're saying
that's high school football at some schools that are in bad parts of town. It's like they're kind of just running around having fun.
No, I got you.
So, it was always going to take some time with Niblett just because of the football IQ, the coaching he got in high school. It was going to take some time. But, I mean, hey, it's year 3. He was in that 2023 class that had Ryan Wingo, or not Ryan Wingo, that had Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, that class that Brendan Marion brought in. And, again, it's year 3 for him. And I'm pretty sure he was an early enrollee. So he's been there since January of 2023. And, he's a great athlete. He showed it in the punt return. He needs to touch the ball more. I don't know if it's between the tackles. I don't know if he can do that at this point, but they need to do something. Like, if you can guarantee Keelan fucking Robinson 2 to 3 touches a game where one or two of them is the orb motion out of the backfield, and it's like a guaranteed first down every time. Why the hell would you not run that with Ryan Niblett? I've been begging for this all year.
I'm with you.
But I was very happy he cribbed that punt return because I feel like I've been leading the Ryan Niblett fan club, the Ryan Niblett needs more touches club for the last few weeks.
You can't deny the speed, right? It's just, and it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Like, it just, when's it going to happen? When's he going to break out? And what a time to do it on one of the biggest stages, of his career, or college career at least.
Yeah. Hey, I will say, while we're here talking about this punt return, it has been hilarious seeing the Oklahoma fan base melt down for the block in the back. I mean, it was a clear in the day block in the back.
100%, dude.
Hey, but what goes around comes around. How do you score versus Auburn, Bubba? Like, hey, we checked it with you think Niblett and Colton Vasek went up to the officials before the game like, hey, boys, we're going to push these dudes in the back when we break their back on the game-winning touchdown.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jordan. I saw Vasek. He made a football play. That's what I saw. He made a football play.
I'm referencing, remember how Oklahoma had they had this play where they looked like they were subbing out, and then they basically had a guy waiting in the end zone who caught
and it's completely against the rules.
Auburn. And the whole time in the press conferences after, Venables and Arbuckle are like, yeah, we know the SEC, sent something this offseason trying to stop gimmicky plays like this, but what do you want us to do? We checked it with the officials before the game and practiced it all week. So, like, I've seen some Texas people are saying, like, hey, Vasek and Sark, they got it checked with the rest for the game. Like, stop complaining. That ain't a block in the back. So, it's been good. I will say, I feel bad for Auburn. It's hard to get me to feel bad for Hugh Freeze, but I'll feel bad for Jackson Arnold.
They got kind of hosed this past week, right?
Kind of. They got shafted by Georgia in refs. They got shafted by Oklahoma in the refs. Like, again, I don't really feel for Hugh Freeze. It is what it is for him. But the rest of that program, their fans, I mean, woof. Woof.
I didn't misread that. He's not gone yet, is he? They didn't fire his ass yet, right?
Who?
Hugh Freeze?
Not yet, but they should. Derek Vanetta asked, is he the fastest dude on the team? For going off high school 100-meter times, I believe so, because Ryan Niblett ran in the state meet. But, like, as far as, like, catapult data, who's hitting the highest miles per hour, it wouldn't shock me if it's Ryan Wingo.
That's what, like, everybody says it's Wingo, man, but I've seen more. It feels like Niblett is just faster than Wingo.
Wingo is so straight line. Like, he kind of struggles a bit changing gears or changing directions with, like, maintaining his speed. And I mean, that's what happens when you're 6'2", 200+ pounds.
But and I guess that's it, right? The strides. Like, once he gets going those strides, it's hard to kind of keep up with that top speed.
Yeah, and, like, I mean, Wingo's great. I love him. I think part of I don't know if Texas this is going to sound a little crazy because they are 4-2 or whatnot, and but I don't know if Wingo's a 1. I think Texas trying to force him to be a 1, but I don't know if he's a 1. And I don't think Parker Livingstone's a 1 either. And I don't think DeAndre Moore is either. And that's fine. You don't have to have a 1. But, like, think about this. I was talking about straight line runner kind of changing to maintain speed, changing direction. How many times has, like, Ryan Wingo caught a comeback or a curl and then turned upfield and got yards after the catch? And I know OU's different. They had to find holes in the zone, and he'd catch it and sit down and get marked down. But, like, can anyone think of a time?
No, I can't.
Outside of end arounds or something where he was a scheme so open that he took the ball and turned around and ran for yards after the catch outside of
and to that point, even the touchdown that I can't remember, maybe it was UTEP or San Jose. I think it was UTEP. But even in the touchdown that he had against one of those schools, he ran like a little hitch route or an out route, right? Even that route, he struggled to get separation on the defensive back. Like, I mean, he got it, but Arch had to, like, perfectly place it down at the shoestrings because it felt like the separation was just minimal. You could be onto something here.
Jordan. Hey, my bad. I keep about to answer this question and then something else catches my mind. But Cooper Witten, 5-star linebacker, number 1 linebacker in the junior class, 2027 class. His father is Jason Witten, obviously Hall of Fame tight end for the Dallas Cowboys, legendary Tennessee Volunteer. Cooper is high on Tennessee and A&M. Some people think OU. I don't. There's someone close to this recruitment I know that is very eager to remind me each time they talk that, hey, Cooper Witten's going to be a freshman in college in 2027, the 2027 season. Does anyone think Brent Venables is coaching at Oklahoma in 2027?
No.
Can you say that right now? Fuck no. All right, let's think about Cooper Witten, 3 years in college, because he will be a 3-year player. This is an NFL starter kit. I mean, it's very obvious. 3 years. So that would be 2029 season would be his last season in college if he's a 3-year player. Is Brent Venables going to be coaching OU in 2029? No. So, or probably not, at least at this rate. So the ones I'm watching, Tennessee and A&M. A&M's done a really good job. Tennessee obviously has a legacy factor. Texas is behind. They have not hosted them on campus in Austin since June of 2024. And they naturally really started from behind because Texas had him at a camp on June 1st. They did not offer him. The next day he went to Oklahoma, camp there. OU was his first offer. The day after that he went to A&M. They offered him. And Texas did not offer him until almost a year later this spring. And, you know, A.J. Milwee at that point in the spring was the main point of contact for Witten. How the hell is that going to – like, how does Texas expect to do anything in this recruitment when the QB coach is the primary recruiter? I get it. It's the spring of his sophomore year. You can't focus too many resources on a sophomore. But he's the number one linebacker in the country for his class, and he's getting weekly FaceTimes from Brent Venables, Brian Kelly, Ryan Day, Kirby Smart, and A.J. Milwee's talking to them.
Defensive guys.
Yeah, but head coaches.
Right, no, for sure.
The Texas strategy.
And you're giving them the quarterback guy.
You know, so it's changed. Nanson's talking to him more, and the defensive staff is involved. But, like, too many times Texas gets such a late start to underclassmen, and it can really bite them in the ass when it comes time to decision time years later. Yes, the fact that money decides so many recruitments it has reduced the margin for error because you can really fuck up a recruitment early on and go, hey, we'll pay you $100K more than everyone else, and then they love you again.
Right.
You know, that's changed it, but it's different. This is an NFL Hall of Famer's son. They're going to be very smart about where they send him to play. And life after football, that degree, it's going to be important. So, yeah. But this is what he said. Mike Roach caught up with him. He said, I had a great time at the game. I could really feel how the rivalry means to both teams. I thought both defenses played really well, especially the linebackers. That was one of the best environments I've ever been around. I wish I'd have gone every year since I lived so close. He said, I thought the Texas defense played very fast, and I love the way they got after the quarterback. I wasn't able to meet with the coaches before, but I'm going to Austin sometime after the season to meet with the coaches and see how I would fit.
After the season?
Yeah, Texas, they are trying they're trying to get them in town for the A&M game. Texas, they don't have a home game until the month of November. They're off the whole week or a whole month of October away from Austin. So there is a chance, but his team won the state championship in TAPS last year. They're going to go to the state again and probably win it again this year. So he might not be able to make it to that A&M game because he's in the playoffs. It's going to depend on that schedule. But if not, I mean, this is a kid Texas will go balls to the wall for to try to get to the junior day or some unofficial in January. Because if they don't and they go into the February dead period and the last time he was in Austin was June, then he's not going to Texas. So someone asked what other receivers were in Wingo's class. I don't think he was the best in his class. He was not because Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams were. And Cam Coleman. Like, think about those three monsters. They're going to be top 10, top 15.
How are they not like even tempted by Texas?
Well, Ryan Williams was a kid from outside the Mobile area. You know KJ Lacey, the third string.
He ain't leaving. I got you.
KJ Lacey, the third string quarterback at Texas, true freshman. He was or is best friends with Ryan Williams, and they played together at Saraland. Both of them got recruited there. They were not supposed to be there. KJ Lacey was at Daphne, which is this program outside of Mobile. Saraland got him to move in after his freshman year. I forget where Ryan Williams came from. They either got him out of the 8th grade or after his freshman year, but he spent his sophomore and junior year at Saraland, and then he reclassed. Like Ryan Williams, everyone knows this, but he's supposed to be a freshman in college right now. And he was committed to Bama. Saban retired. He opened it up. He OV'd to, I think, Georgia, Auburn, and LSU, and actually A&M, because A&M hired the Bama receivers coach. And then DeBoer got there after the job was open for like a week, and the first guy they went out and saw, the first guy they contacted was Ryan Williams, and they got him to come back in the class. But Wingo, the receiver class of Texas that year, it was him, Parker Livingstone, Aaron Butler, who has really not played at all, and then Freddie DeBose, who did not play a single snap as a true freshman and is now playing JUCO football in Utah at Snow College. And Texas considered dropping him like 10 different times his senior year and never did it. And the entire time, I was like, they shouldn't have even took his commitment to begin with. He hadn't played football in like 14 months whenever he committed to Texas because he had this injury to his ACL. He came back too early, didn't take rehab seriously, and he has now gone from a 4-star projected draft pick to playing in Snow College because
why do you invest?
He's really not the same athlete because he didn't
like
take
why
the
do you
rehab
invest in that?
seriously.
Like that should be a sign, right? Like, and I get it. It sucked. Bad
Yeah.
situation. Bad situation.
So Derek Vanette asked, how is he a 5-star recruit then with Wingo? I'm not saying he can't still be a first-round pick, but like change of direction. It's not there. He had great verified testing data, specifically, 40 stuff,
right?
Vart explosive stuff.
Top speed shit.
Yeah, the shuttle stuff, it was great or good. It wasn't great. Great 100-meter stuff, great 200-meter stuff. People forget this because this didn't play a single, part of his recruitment. But his older brother Ronnie Wingo played running back at Arkansas and had a cup of tea in the NFL. So that was, there's the bloodlines thing, and Ronnie Wingo was one of the running backs who ran all over Texas when Texas and Arkansas played in the Texas Bowl in 2015 or whatever year that was. Like, there are a lot of things to like about him, but he played at a program in St. Louis that wasn't that good. He didn't really have a real route tree, and like a lot of the actual football part of things had to be taught to him. He showed a lot of flashes though, so that's why he was a 5-star. He actually finished either like number 32 for us or just outside of being a 5-star in the final rankings. So yeah. And he had several.
You're telling me 5-stars are struggling to run routes or don't even know how to run a route tree or fundamentals of running routes with planning on the outside foot. If they're struggling to do that and they're getting 5-stars, what the hell are we doing?
I mean, look, people ask, like, how does Texas choose the 4th best of that? Well, Ohio State got Jeremiah Smith to commit super early. He was committed by his sophomore year. That was before.
Where's Jeremiah Smith from?
He's from Miami. He chose Ohio State over Miami. And then he's from the same high school that Derek Cooper, the Texas running back, commit is at, Chaminade Madonna. And that's also where Hollywood Brown went, the Chiefs and former OU receiver. But, Rodney asked, how does Texas choose the 4th best if that? Talking about Wingo behind Cam Coleman, behind Ryan Williams, and behind Jeremiah. Jeremiah Smith was always going to Ohio State or Miami. He almost ended up at Miami, almost flipped on signing day, but Ohio State kept him, and, we know how that has gone. Ryan Williams, talked about it earlier, committed to Bama under Saban, decommitted him, he retired. They got him back in the fold. And then Cam Coleman was actually going – this is something that's crazy to think about. Cam Coleman was committed to A&M under Jimbo Fisher.
No shit.
Yeah, they had a coach on their staff named Damian Craig, who I think is now at Georgia State. And Damian Craig was A&M's bagman early on, I was told. And
bagman?
Not a very good coach. Switched positions like 3 or 4 different times because they couldn't really fire him since he had blood on his hands. But he played at Auburn, was on one of the national championship winning Auburn teams. He's an Auburn legend and has a lot of ties. Damian Craig's from the state of Alabama. And A&M was the first school to offer Cam Coleman. It was like his freshman or sophomore year. He didn't get another offer for several months, and they were all in on him as receiver 1 in their class from day 1. Like, Damian Craig fucked up so many different things at A&M, made life so much harder for Jimbo Fisher at A&M, but he almost got them Cam Coleman by himself. Cam Coleman ends up committing to A&M. He chose A&M over Auburn and Alabama. Jimbo gets fired. He decommits right away. Looks at Bama, but Saban – that was actually right before Saban retired. That wasn't out yet. But he looked at Bama and Auburn. He looked at A&M too, because A&M under Elko hired the receivers coach from Bama, Holman Wiggins. But he ended up choosing Auburn, who dropped crazy can't say no to bag pretty much. That's how they got him. And he was committed right before signing day, and that was also like Hugh Freeze's first week on the job. And I mean, Hugh Freeze inherited a shit show at Auburn.
Yeah,
he's pretty much had an infinite checkbook to recruit with the last 2 cycles, and it's worked. He's gotten a lot of talent, but like, are these guys getting better? I don't know. There's a horrible play caller, horrible scheme. Like, yeah.
Well, that's just it. Is he doing too much of it on himself? Right? Like
Coleman?
No, Hugh Freeze.
Oh, I mean, dude, he's just a dumbass, man. He's so stupid. Like, I cannot take an Auburn fan having to deal with the shit he says in press conferences. Like, it boils my blood, and I don't even have a rooting interest.
He's a branch of Saban, right? Hugh Freeze?
Yeah, I'm about to blow your mind. Have you seen The Blind Side?
You haven't seen it? I seriously have not seen it. With the Michael Orr story?
You know what I'm talking about, though?
No.
The story, though?
Yeah, the story. No, I got you.
Michael Orr from inner city Memphis and got adopted, and then
no, I know what you're talking about. I know Michael Orr. Yeah.
Some people don't know this. The head coach in that movie, and if you have watched it, the one that Sandra Bullock calls and says, "Run the damn ball," that's Hugh Freeze in real life. He coached Michael Orr at that school in the Nashville area or Tennessee area, and he got a job at Ole Miss. That was kind of why the NCAA was investigating Michael Orr, because part of Ole Miss getting him, besides an under-the-table bag and the Tuies being Ole Miss boosters and whatever, was the fact that they hired Hugh Freeze from Michael Orr's high school. And that is how Hugh Freeze got into the coaching world, because of Michael Orr. And it is absolutely hilarious, because in The Blind Side, everyone has the same name as in real life, except for Hugh Freeze. And the main scene with Hugh Freeze's character is Sandra Bullock telling him to run the damn ball. Then a decade later, he still isn't running the damn ball.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
so, and,
no, but I swear I've never seen that movie.
No, it's actually not a bad movie. It's just like,
well, I heard it wasn't real. Like, I heard it was
exactly. Yeah.
I heard
They make Michael Orr look like
Hollywood
genuinely stupid. Like, there's a scene where he's at football practice and just stops practicing because there's like a balloon, and he's staring at it like, oh, like they make him look incredibly dumb and all that. It's a good story, but like they made it way too Hollywood. Where
right, that's it's churched up, it's Hollywooded up. So
yeah,
that's why I didn't watch it.
Do you want to know why Hugh Freeze eventually got fired from Ole Miss, my friend?
What's that? I'm sorry. Somebody talked about Sandra Bullock's looks, so
you're good.
Even though Gatto, stop distracting me. What'd you say, Jordan?
Do you want to guess why Hugh Freeze got fired from Ole Miss?
No, I don't want to go down that road.
So
something with the student.
Well, all right, time out. So Ole Miss, they're laying in the #1 recruiting class, and whenever anyone that isn't like anyone that isn't Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, or Texas does it, the entire country's like, they fucking cheated. They cheated. Something has to be done. That's what happened with A&M in 2022 when they signed the highest ranked recruiting class of all time. Everyone lost their mind. And when Ole Miss did it, they had the #1 class. Everyone called the NCAA on them because they were paying players under the table like the rest of the SEC was.
Right.
But they looked into it, brought down the hammer, vacated wins. While the investigation's going on, before the hammer's brought down, Hugh Freeze tries to say, no, this is all the old coach that did this. I didn't do any of this. It's all Houston Nutt. And Houston Nutt comes out and is like, this is horse shit. I didn't do any of this. He did, but not nearly as much as Freeze. And then a reporter got a Freedom of Information request or whatever and did a FOI request, whatever it's called, for the Ole Miss football program, where they can see all the calls that were made.
Like transactions?
Yes. And all the phones, the calls on the phones in those offices that were made. And Hugh Freeze had over like 6 dozen calls to escort services on the phone in his office.
We got some Papa Patino. We got some Rick Pitino going on here.
Dude, the phone that's plugged into the outlet and sits on his desk in his Ole Miss office, he was using while in his office to call hookers and get them. Yeah. And they also, like, on recruiting trips and stuff, found like credit card charges for like, yeah. And then like 2 days after the reporter broke that story, he was fired. And it's hilarious because he wasn't even looking for that. He just stumbled upon it. And that's kind of what Hugh Freeze is known for. I will say, though, he beat Alabama and Saban like 2 or 3 times when he was at Ole Miss with all those players and stuff. And that's like the main reason Auburn hired him, was because the one guy that could kind of beat Saban every now and then, Malzahn, they fell out with him. And you know Auburn, their claim to fame, kind of like OU's with Texas, it's beating Bama.
Yeah.
You know?
Isn't Gus back in the game now? Gus
He
Malzahn,
is
Florida State? Maybe?
Yeah, Florida State
Florida
OC. So,
well, I mean, look at he finds some quarterback talent. He look at what he's doing with Castellanos here, man.
yeah. Oh, I forgot too. He went to Liberty, which is funny. That was the job he had before Auburn. Wags, do you know anything about Liberty?
Liberty.
No.
Do
you know anything about Liberty, though? The school, the college?
But not their football program, but I know a little bit about their basketball program.
So they are in Virginia or West Virginia?
Yeah, Liberty. Yeah, up East Coast.
Okay, this is what I should ask. Do you know anything about UMHB in Belton?
No.
Okay, so UMHB and Liberty have the same rules. If you are caught or someone tells on you for having premarital sex, you're kicked out of the school. There's a curfew. If they like see you out past like 10 p.m. or 11, you can get
Very
suspended
strict.
or have to do extra classes. It's mandatory. You go to church several times a week. If you get caught drinking
times a week,
yeah, if you get caught drinking, you get kicked out. So Hugh Freeze went from Ole Miss and buying hookers with his office phone to coaching the Liberty. I think they're the Flames or Flashes. Like, and it's a lockdown campus. There's no liquor, nothing. You can get kicked out very easily.
Jesus.
And that's where Hugh Freeze went. He went from Ole Miss, took
pun
2 years
intended.
off, might have coached somewhere, and then Liberty, and then Auburn. And it's hilarious, too, because all the things I keep bringing up, Hugh Freeze is one of the main coaches who mentions God in all of his press conferences and stuff. And it's just like, dude.
Just
like,
really walking that straight line. Just
you are such a slime ball.
Yeah, what a
Everyone called
fucking
Jimbo
dirtbag, dude.
Fisher a used car salesman. That's what Hugh Freeze is, man. I can't stand him. I can't stand him.
What a dirtbag. He might be my new favorite person now.
Yeah, I mean, like, tell you what, I hate watch Auburn almost every week with Hugh Freeze.
Just for Hugh Freeze. Well, you know, somebody's going to give Hugh Freeze a job. They'll hire him.
Shoot, I mean,
He does
Brentwood
more. He does
Christian
more
or-
with less.
Hmm?
He does more with less. I'm kidding. Clearly kidding.
He does the least with the most, but
He's the least with the most.
yeah. All right, this will be the last
what else
one.
we got? What else we got cooking, man? I got to get ready to get out of here.
Yeah, this will be the last one. Antoine said, how do we compare Tech's quarterback room to UT if they get Kavian Bryant? Will Hammond, Lloyd Jones, Kavian Bryant looks legit on paper. Yeah, it really is. I think Will Hammond's really good. I like Lloyd Jones. I saw him a lot in high school. He was at Hitchcock, and I'd always get to see him whenever I'd go out there to see Kelshawn Johnson, the receiver that Texas was recruiting. They've done a really good job with that room. They're a lot better than people think. It is. There are a lot less finances in that room, I should say, compared to Texas's quarterback room. So that is why Tech can afford to be more aggressive with their NIL offer to cave in. You know, none of these guys are 5-stars. I'm not saying they can ever end up being better than Diabell or have better careers than Diabell, but Diabell's price is higher than it's probably higher than Baron Morton's, realistically. Like, Baron Morton's probably on a 7-figure deal. I can guarantee you that Diabell will be making 7 figures as a true freshman. It's what a 5-star QB costs. So
insane, man.
That's part of it. And I mean, again, I think this Tech QB group is a lot better than people think or that appears on the surface level. But
that's
like,
so much money. Jeez.
These guys are easier to beat out and get on the playing field than it is with, you know, an Arch. Well, Arch will be gone by the time Kavian will get to college.
Right.
But KJ Lacey or Diabell, you know, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting, though. I mean, like Kavian, I love him. The ceiling is so high there, but rarely plays in structure, a lot of backyard brand of football, Johnny Manziel type of stuff. And it's great, but he's playing at the 3A level. He's the best athlete on the field.
Athlete. No, you said it right. It's athlete. We had.
And he needs some development, though. He needs some time. I don't know if he can play year one at Tech, but if he does, like, there's going to be growing pains. So, you know, everyone wants to play early. I get it. You can get paid more and play early, but, I mean, it can hinder your development. And he's going to be one to watch. The 5 stars that go to Tech are going to be ones to watch, because if they bust, if Felix Ojo has a similar Tech career than my guy Micah Hudson did, like, that'll be very easy to recruit against, you know? So, going to be interesting. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Up next, sorry, let me find this.
Yeah, I didn't get that text message.
You're good. Up next, SEC Unfiltered breaks down Texas OU and all the action from Week 7 in the SEC. I'll be back tomorrow with Eric. Going to be hearing his story. His car windows got busted out in downtown Dallas Saturday morning. So
what?
Yeah, it's on his Twitter.
Anything stolen? Like,
I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow.
Right,
Tune in tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, but all right, we appreciate y'all tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.